I'm Max Freeman. I'm the great-grandson, grandson, and son of many, and then have daughters and grandchildren. As a kid, I've always wondered what my grandparents did, what their times were like, and we have a few pictures, and I wanted to tell you all about them. But first, I have to introduce the producer, okay, Dolores Mondian.
Hi. Hi.
She's high, and she's been my best friend for over 50 years, and paralegal, and run everything for me in the law office and business that I couldn't do without. And she's the kindest, sweetest person I know. So, show Dolores. Dolores, say hi.
Hi.
Okay. So Elizabeth, Alicia, my daughters, and I are going to try to tell you a little bit about the ancestors in our times. Elizabeth's on the left, and Alicia is on the right, and my other daughter passed away, Mindy. So I'm going to start with telling you about my great-grandfather on my father's side, okay? So my father was Jack Bunshaw Freeman. His father was Maxwell, okay? And little Max is named after Maxwell. And the triplet, Jack Garev, follows Jacob, Yaakov, and that is the Jewish method of skipping a generation before you name someone after that. And my great-grandfather was also Yaakov. Yaakov was born somewhere probably in the Pale of Russia, to the west of Kiev, to the south of Moscow. Elizabeth's very good with geography. So, and we call that the Pale, was where Jews were allowed to live in the country of Russia. I don't know anything about him other than that he was married, I think, to a Fanny Grossman, and we don't have any information about that, okay? Then his son was Maxwell Bunshaw, which is my grandfather, your great-grandfather. And Maxwell Bunshaw immigrated in about 1891 to Boston, is where he wound up. And when he was born, it was 1855, 5 years before the Civil War, 20 years after the world invented matches. Before that, you had to start a fire by rubbing wood together. So that goes back, really, really a long, long, long time. And so he came to Boston, and he was born and lived a little west of Kiev, okay, in an area called Berdichev. In Russia, they use the word oblast for state, okay, and then the cities are within the state. So he was within the oblast of Volnya, which was like a area, I don't know how it's circumscribed, but probably 50 miles by 50 miles, say, and he's in a little bit larger town about 80 miles west of there. Now, for him to get out of Russia, there's no cars. There's horses, but there aren't cars, and there's walking. One of my other relatives found, and we'll have some pictures of this later, that he went by rail to Hamburg, Germany, and went from Germany to a little place called Grimsby that's near Liverpool in England. And then how he got to Liverpool, maybe 10, 20 miles, I don't know. And then from Liverpool, he went to Boston, okay, or New York, I'm not sure, but wound up in Boston. But I have pictures from another cousins in the east, from the Bovarniks, that show the picture of the boat that he came on. And that boat the following year sunk off the coast of Ireland. And so he was the year before, and lucky.
So did he journey by himself, or was he?
We don't know. We don't know that. I don't know how he got here. I don't know his education, one way or the other. When he died, we found the death records, and they put him down as junk man, which I think a lot of Jews did at that time, and by junk, not going to the garbage dump, but by buying used, probably buying and selling used, because he also had a small department store and that my grandmother ran. My grandmother, real name is Harriet, and I always called her Grandma Kitey, which was a corruption of Cardi, because she taught me to play cards when I'm about 3 years old. And every Sunday, we'd go over there, my dad and I, and visit my grandma. And in the same apartment house, my uncle lived, and my uncle's partner, who also owned the apartment house, Charlie Merriams, and my Uncle Harry. And
So you named her Kitey. That was your nickname for her?
so I couldn't pronounce, I meant Kitey, and then everybody called her that, and I really don't even know her last name, okay? So back for a minute to my grandfather. He came over, and probably about 1890, and we've got a picture of the boat, and we have the pictures of the manifest where Maxwell Bunchoff came to the United States. And so that's interesting. We also have pictures of the boat that he went on, and then the boat the following year sunk off the coast of Ireland. Whether they came steerage or not is somewhat problematical to me. Most of the Jews who escaped, from Russia, from the pogroms, did come steerage, which meant sleep on the floor in the bottom of a boat where everything is slop and no food that you didn't bring, and people going to the bathroom, just a terrible situation. But this boat that he came on was part of the Cunard Lines, and the Cunard Lines is a luxury liner. So I don't know whether they did steerage or he had some money or not. We just don't know that. And so he comes over and gets there, and the motive for coming, of course, is the pogroms, and probably there was always pogroms against the Jews for thousands of years. But for many years, going back into the early 1800s till maybe 1870, while the Jews had to live in the Pale, they were treated okay. They weren't citizens beyond anything that citizenship might have meant in Russia. Russia basically had royalty and peasants, But with the killing of Tsar Alexander, unrelated to anybody Jewish, the politicians, as politicians often will do, decided to blame the Jews. Same thing when they had famines, it's to blame the Jews. And so from my grandmother's side, I know that the Cossacks came and killed her parents while she was there. So very, very sad. So anyway, the smarter Jews decided to immigrate to America because the pogroms continued on and on and on, and many of them were slaughtered, much like the Nazi concentration camps, only they just would come through, kill them, and rob them. So the motivation, I'm sure, was to escape that. So he goes 900 miles, probably by railway. I did look up, there was rail transportation from Kiev to Hamburg, Germany. And the law apparently was that a Jew doing that was quarantined and could not stay in Hamburg. They had to be transported right off the train directly onto the boat. You're out of here, So anyway, he gets to Boston, and then he has children by, I don't remember the name of his first wife. But he has, and I've got a list here, several children. Without doing their names, but when my grandma Kaidi marries Max, she's young, she's pretty, she's blonde, blue-eyed from Russia, and Max had children by the first wife, some of whom cousins I met, and they were aged 16, 11, and 9, and I think my grandma was like 20. So she took over that family. She ran his store, and then she had children. First, my Uncle Harry in about 1897. We'll come back to Uncle Harry. And then my dad in 1899. Prior to that, in Russia, when she was 13 or 14, she had my Uncle Ben. I think that they were Orthodox Jews, and Orthodox Jewish women and men got married at 13. It's a bar mitzvah, and marriage was usually coordinated with that at that time. She had a sister, Fanny, my grandma Kaidi, okay? I guess Fanny was her name. And she kept on my Uncle Ben and came over later. So she raised him in his early years. Uncle Ben was the father of Sergei. You guys remember Sergei? Okay. Sergei Freeman, okay. So they came over here. So then the other thing that I found out is my Aunt Mary, Ben's wife, said that my grandma's family in Russia, and she was from Poltava. Poltava was 100 miles about east of Kiev, which is really out there and above the Black Sea, okay? So I don't know how she got here. She either walked, I always heard she walked out, which is 300 miles to the Black Sea where you can, I forget the name of the big port in the Black Sea, in which case she'd had to sail out through the Dardanelles via Turkey and then over to England, Liverpool, and then to the United States. I really don't know whether she walked there or there was a train, I looked it up, or whether she was able to get on a train. But her parents, according to Aunt Mary, Ben's wife, Ben being the son of my grandma Kaidi, said that her family had a sawmill, which I find is unlikely. Peasants and Jews really didn't have ownership in the sense that the English law provides ownership of land or equipment. Maybe he worked there, maybe he ran it, who knows, whoever he or she was, okay? So my grandfather, does get to Boston, then marries my grandma, has 2 children, Harry and Ben, and then he dies in 1903. And so there must have been enough that they filed a probate proceeding, which would be unusual for that time. And also in the volumes, there's the petition for probate and inventory, which only, as you guys know, as lawyers, have tax significance. So he must have had something that somebody wanted to tax, okay? So I was surprised when I found those documents that they'd probated that. And then my grandma stayed there in Boston in the Roxbury area, okay? And Sandy and I were back in Boston, and I wanted to go there because I do have in the volumes there the address somewhere on Lawrence Street. And I just wanted to see what it was like. But now it's become a very tough, rough area. And the cab driver refused to take me there. He said there'd be nothing left of you or the cab. So it's changed. Now, my mother said that it was pretty rough based on what my father told her when he was there. And we always kind of wondered, or I wondered, why did they come to San Francisco to Stockton from Boston, okay? Some just rumor type answers. I got all of this information from my mother. My father never, ever talked about where he came from or what he'd done. And I'll come back, there was a reason for that. But my mother said that where they lived, there were Irish and Jewish gangs, and that Harry and my dad were in the gangs. And I know my dad had a big cut on about here on his chest. Never would say what it was, or what it was from. So my mother thought that they came out here to get the boys, and my grandma decided they better get out and come to California, and so that they wouldn't. It must have been something bad going on. I don't know. Okay, that's one side, one story my mother told me. The other story is, and it kind of fits with that the uncles, okay, my Maxwell Bunchoff had a very successful brother. I don't know success in what, but there's the Bunchoff Museum in St. Louis that he endowed, that sort of thing. So my grandma indicated to my mother, Evelyn, that she thought they were going to try to take the children away from her. Now, she's running a store, a little department store, to make a living, and must have gotten the used goods from somebody else after my grandpa died. And so she thought that, whether it's true or not. So she decided to go to California. And why Stockton? I have no idea, but she did have a friend, old lady Gersh, and met her a couple of times over at my grandma's apartment. But whether she knew her from Boston, Russia, we just.
So at what age was this?
At
How
19
old was your dad?
1913. My dad was 14, and I'm not even sure of the 1913. That's just what's been handed down. And my uncle was 15 or 16. Ben, that was born in Russia, was born in 1888. So, and he came over and soon wound up at Indianapolis. He was a car guy. This is the origin of cars, okay? When my dad is born, 1899, there's only 8,000 cars in the world, okay? Carl Benz started the first real automobile in about 1890, 1888, 1890, but they were a toy, a very expensive toy. There was only 50 miles of pavement in the United States when my dad was born. The rest was all dirt roads. That's how long ago that is. So my Uncle Ben, automobiles were like the great new thing, like the Tesla or what the other thing that he's doing. Elon Musk wants to give space rides. Well, anyway, the automobile was it. So my Uncle Ben winds up in Indianapolis, which is where the racing was, and reportedly raced or helped Barney Oldfield, who was the great racer of that time. Historically, Barney Oldfield is like the Babe Ruth of racing. So he didn't live with them for some reason, okay? And there were two, you can get confused. My grandfather's, by his first marriage, also had another Ben, a son named Ben. So she had her Ben and a stepson named Ben. And the other one was Abraham, and I forget the third one of my Grandpa Max's kids. So they come to Stockton, okay, and somewhere in the files there was a picture of, he went to Stockton High School, okay, and went through high school. And then at some point, I think they moved back to San Francisco. And one time I drove by the house, not too bad, actually, in the, be just north of Van Ness, you know, in that area, you know, not as, maybe in the tens, okay, out there. So my dad enrolls himself in what's now the University of California, Bolt Hall. Bolt Hall wasn't built till 1933. So my dad enrolls himself in Hastings, okay? And my dad doesn't speak English until he goes to grammar school, okay? And
So where did he go to college? Because Hastings Law School.
Hastings, yeah, I don't think he went to college. I don't know. My dad was very non-committal, okay, on that. And the reason my mother said, all this I get from my mom, that he was non-committal is that his mother swore the boys not to discuss where they were from or say anything. Grandma Kitey, probably delusionally, felt that the Bunchoffs, which is our real name, Bunchoff, okay, Maxwell Bunchoff, were going to somehow find her and take the boys away from her. And so she changed their name to Freeman. And our name Freeman means nothing. I am clueless whether she just stuck a dart in a telephone book to pick out that name. I asked my mother, was there a Freeman? And my mother said, oh, maybe she dated a Freeman, you know, and that was her answer, but she didn't really know, okay? So our real name is Bunchoff. And there's several spellings because when people came into the United States in the fortunate era where you were able to immigrate, the English-speaking people at Ellis Island or the intake people, you'd say it and they'd spell it, okay? My grandmother, on the petition for probate, signed with an X, but I don't know why she did that, but she might have done it for another less than realistic reason, because as a kid I remember she could read and write English, and she could read the Hebrew newspaper in Hebrew. And when I'd be over there on Sunday, she'd be reading reading it in Hebrew, which for a girl, she could read Orthodox, not script, Jewish script.
Probably a Yiddish paper.
Well, Yiddish, but in Hebrew characters. Yeah, it was probably a Yiddish paper, and I wish I had it. I don't know what it was, but she always read the paper. So anyway, she had this thought that she was going to lose her children, change the name. That's one story that I have on that. So my dad then goes to Hastings, and he must have gotten out when he was 22 or 23 years old, and I'm just guessing at that. And Hastings would be the equivalent of UC Bolt now. And when I went to law school, Hastings was called the over 65 school. Hastings hired the best professors in the United States when they turned 65. So they had my professor of wills and trusts, Lowell Turntine, turned, and the next year he went there. George Osborne, my professor for personal property and equity, went over to Hastings, and I think that was their methodology. So they had all the best guys from Harvard, Yale, Northwestern, California, USC, just the best. So he got a very good education, I assume. I also, from my mother, think that they may have had a internship, which we didn't have in my time or your time, as part of the curriculum, because he wound up in Senator Perky's office, who was my mother said a criminal defense lawyer. My dad did a lot of criminal defense. So he wound up there for some unknown period of time while they were living in San Francisco.
Do you have any idea why he decided to go into law? Was there someone in his life?
No, other than I think there was a lot of glamour to it in that era. This is just me guessing, and it's a good question. This is the era of Clarence Darrow, Earl Rogers, who were fabulous lawyers. I've got, if anybody wants to read them, all of Earl Rogers' books and Clarence Darrow's, and they were great. Okay, so anyway, the boys always, when they came to California, my Uncle Harry and my dad supported their mother as well as themselves. And so my dad sold magazines and newspapers, and maybe my Uncle Ben, for a while, had a magazine stand where I built my first offices at 45 North Hunter and where the day and night drug was. So my mom said my dad's proud moment was selling a magazine to Jack London. There was a great author, Jack London, called The Wild. And Stockton at that time, they had ferry boats coming to Stockton every weekend because Stockton was a fun town. A lot of theater, gambling, girls, etc. And so lots of people would come down, and it was an overnight trip. And so he did sell a paper to Jack London. Then later, he worked for Western Union as a kid and rode his bicycle to deliver, this is 1915, 16, rode his bicycle to deliver newspapers as far as Lathrop from downtown. And Lathrop's about 12 miles from downtown, 10 miles from downtown. And while he was there, he taught himself telegraphy. And the telegraphy was a very skilled profession, and he started to make a lot of money as a kid. I think he made almost $100 a week, which was huge money, as a telegrapher, and he was fast, very fast, and could remember text and conversation in long lines. So he was sent to a national election in Arizona, Bisbee, Arizona, to do the telegraphy to wire it to Western Union to get into the newspapers. And then sometime intervening that, he goes to law school. I tried to get his records from law school, but I called Hastings, and, well, we threw out everything pre-war. Good for the bureaucrats. So anyway, I wasn't able to get that. And so then they wind up in Stockton, okay? And my dad's a lawyer, and he works first with a firm called Forslund and Wilson, kind of a probate, prestigious but non-trial lawyer group. And he left there shortly, I don't know when, and he became, it's a different legal mechanism, but we would say partners with Leroy Johnson. Leroy Johnson was a fine attorney and was the congressman from our area. And they had the finest offices in Stockton. That's when they built the Bank of America building at Main and Sutter, and they had the 10th floor, and there was a waiting list. They're giving offices away today, but there was a waiting list to get there. And Leroy Johnson was a fighter ace in World War I, the old vision, the World War I airplanes. And because he was on the Armed Services Committee, he was able to get the dashboard from his plane or a like plane in World War I dismantled and made into a desk ornament. So because Leroy was in Congress, half of the year, that's when you only really did legislation. And you didn't have a staff of one, not a staff of 100. And so in any event, he had that on his desk in the office. So when I'd go to the office, to see my dad or waiting for him to leave, I'd go sit behind the dashboard of this airplane and bang, 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 like that. So that was great. And then also, I had a friend, Bob Pitzer, whose father owned Mattioni's, which was the finest nightclub. They don't even have them today, where they had floor shows, wonderful dinners, great bar. And Bob and I were same age and friends. And we'd come downtown to see the movies, take the bus for a dime and see a movie at the Fox Theater on Main Street, which was deluxe at the time. It's closed now. But I like going to my dad's window, and Bob and I, till my dad caught us, we'd throw water on the pedestrians from his water cooler downstairs. So anyway, my dad, as I said, was born in '99, went to Stockton High. We know I don't have anything on college, and to law school, graduated somewhere as the certificate on that, and then practiced law from about 1922, 23 on. And
Wasn't he number 100 or something on the bar, his bar number?
oh, it's very, no, what was, his phone number was 711.
Oh, okay.
Three numbers.
I thought he had a really low digit bar number that showed that he was just one of the few.
It is. And I don't, it was a low digit bar number, I mean, relative to today, particularly. And so when I was born in 1937, he'd quite a while been in practice, okay? And I had an Uncle Arthur who tuberculosis was very prevalent in that era, particularly, and they basically probably lived in slums, type of thing. And so he had TB, didn't really get cured until he was 50 years old, type of thing. And so he's in and out of Bret Harte Sanitarium. So he was in the hospital at Dameron Hospital here in Stockton, and my mom was a nurse in nurses training, young, pretty girl. And so they started dating, and for a long period of time. And in one of the pictures there, I said, what was my dad driving? Because my dad liked cars. My Uncle Ben my Uncle Ben by that time had the Packard dealership in Pasadena. So he was doing well through the automobile business, Sergei's father and Jeanette's father. And so I said, what was my dad driving? And my mother wasn't that much into cars. She said, some kind of Packard, okay? And I finally found a picture of it, but it's front on and I can't tell. My mother said it had wooden spoke wheels, but that car was, the Packards in that era, okay, not later on, were a little more expensive than the Cadillac. So he must have been doing okay. And along the way, and I don't know what year, but because my dad being in with Leroy Johnson, they were involved with local politics. And in California, forever, until 1947, gambling was prohibited by the state code, okay? But it was left for each county to decide whether they want, or city, whether they wanted to enforce that or not. So I can't think of any county that chose to enforce that, okay? So my dad, probably, me guessing again, had the political clout. You still had to get approval from the city council where you were operating, and you had to make a very interesting deal to do this. Got casinos, 2 casinos for my uncle. Okay, one now you're, Elizabeth, you might remember Unlock Sam's? Okay. Yeah, it was phenomenal. Did you ever go there? The up Washington. Okay, there's this wonder Chinatown in Stockton was just fabulous. It was Washington Street, and it was between El Dorado and California, about 5 blocks, and it was Washington Street's 2 blocks to the south of Main Street, and it was very almost like the movie Chinatown type of thing. So when the political mechanism that was working at the time, they split up the gambling to who could run a gambling place and who couldn't. And the Irish got 1 casino, the Italians got 1, and the Jew Chinese got 2. Cut that in thirds, okay? So the first casino was at 150-foot frontage on Washington Street, running all the way from Unlocks to El Dorado Street, okay? And my uncle's partner, Charlie Merrims, who was a wonderful guy, who was immigrated from Romania, a Jew immigrating from Romania, ran the one in Stockton, and my uncle had the one in Lodi, and I could drive you there, but I can't remember the address, near the Arch and near the old Cosmopolitan restaurant. And these were regular casinos. They had dice tables, roulette wheels, lottery, blackjack, and a game I didn't understand called PIQ, and I've not been able to find anybody. I think it died out, 60, 70 years ago, that was played a lot by Orientals. So the key to getting the Jewish Chinese was that Stockton had one of the most powerful Chinese mandarins in the state of California, Billy Wong, okay? And Billy Wong, nothing happened with respect, and that was the Bing Kong Tong. They still had tongs then, Bing Kong Tong. And nothing happened politically unless Billy was included, okay? So Billy Wong had a son, and again, the Chinese don't use son in the English sense of the word. It could just be somebody he raised, it could be a nephew, but son, Johnny, okay? So the deal that my dad made was that Johnny would be a 10% partner in the casinos. Johnny never has to show up except on payday. So anyway, and Johnny, well-educated, handsome, dressed like $6 million, and very, very handsome. And to talk a little bit more about Billy Wong, World War II is, biggest event of most lifetimes, okay? And during World War II, Chiang Kai-shek, who ran the Chinese side, whether he was the right guy to back is very arguable historically, but he married Sun Yat-sen's daughter, okay? Sun Yat-sen in 1927 was the first non-linear king of China. They had emperors. The right word is emperors. Prior to that, it was all emperors, okay? And then there was a revolution. Sun Yat-sen was a professor. He has 2 beautiful daughters, okay? He sends his daughters to Bryn Mawr, and Wellesley, okay? Top girls' schools at that time. So she speaks English. Chiang Kai-shek marries Mei Ling. She speaks English and is extremely charming, okay? So Billy Wong, of course, knows her then. They throw a big affair for her in San Francisco to raise money for the war effort. My mother dearly wants to go. My dad paid for the contribution, but for some reason they didn't go, and she was always disappointed in that. Downstairs, there's a tapestry that Billy Wong gave my mother for her wedding. So, Then on my dad, he was a very, very good trial lawyer, and it was in the era before public defenders, okay? So the criminal law was a broad area of practice. There would be court-appointed lawyers for the indigent, but there wasn't a, office of the public defender. Even when I started, and I'll come to that later, there wasn't. My dad started and did a lot of good criminal work, and I have a great memory. We went out with my mother because my mother was a registered nurse, to reenact a murder out in the islands that occurred, and it was fascinating to me. And my dad,
You went with him?
I went with them and watched. And the issue in the case was who was the aggressor in a fight. And my dad, for a reason I don't remember, had to prove why the bodies, if there was a fight, was 100 yards apart. And so he wanted to adduce testimony, even though the autopsy showed that the decedent died from a shot to the medulla oblongata. The prosecution would be dropped dead immediately, and he worked out medical testimony with my mom firing the shots, who could hear the shots, station people over here, station people over there, and hung the jury on whether he was able to at least beat the reasonable doubt standard on doing that. So, and I think, I didn't finish yet on the gambling, okay? So sometime, I think in the 1930s, my uncle then wound up with 45% of each of those casinos. And they made a lot of money, okay? And paid taxes, which was smart, and that was my dad's recommendation on that. And so the reason they closed in 47, May of 47, was not as is portrayed in the California history books. At that time, Earl Warren, who became famous as Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, was the governor of California, okay? And he ran on the ticket in 48, I cleaned up gambling in California, okay? Because everybody got shut down in May of 47, okay? Now the reality is Warren had nothing to do with shutting them down. And probably the kids won't remember this name, but I know you've seen the movie Bugsy Siegel, okay? Bugsy Siegel was a New York gangster who came out west. He'd been partners with Meyer Lansky, who was kind of the king of gambling, and Lucky Luciano, who by that time was deported to Italy. And so Bugsy Siegel comes to Hollywood, and he gets in with a Hollywood crowd, good looking, wants to be a movie star, and never quite gets there, but he does get to go to all the parties. Bugsy Siegel's partner in this enterprise to take over California gambling was Mickey Cohen, fairly famous gangster from Los Angeles, about whom books have been written. Always interesting to me, his girlfriend wife's name was Candy Barr. And Bugsy Siegel's girlfriend was Virginia Hill, who became very famous regarding her testimony in Congress to the Kefauver Commission regarding gaming. And she gave as good as she got in the testimony and became famous. In New York, okay, if you had gambling, which again was illegal statewide, but permitted, tolerated everywhere, you had to pay off to the politicians, okay? So Bugsy Siegel had the really bright idea that he would elect the next attorney general, which he did, which is Fred Hauser, who was a crooked district attorney, assistant DA in Los Angeles. And so Bugsy Siegel and Artie Cohen, I think, got him elected. And then they sent emissaries down. Bugsy Siegel sent his hoods down to tell my uncle, we're your new 10% partner, and all over the state, okay? And my dad advised, you can't be partners with Bugsy Siegel because his version of 10% and your 10% might be different and he'll kill you. So Bugsy Siegel shut down gambling. And the only aside to that is this is May of 47. So the question is whether Siegel is bluffing, because his bluff was, I won't tear up your place like they did in the East. I will have the Attorney General indict you because there's co-jurisdiction. Historically, the Attorney General never prosecuted anything other than a statewide crime. And I don't think there were 6 lawyers in the Attorney General's office. So it was a small operation. It was a political operation. So my dad puts me in the car and we drive up to Sacramento. I have to stay outside. No, I didn't hear any of this except my mother's version of it. Is my dad wanted, is it true that you're Bugsy's guy? And the answer was yes, and you pay off or I'll indict you. And so they shut down. My uncle had made a lot of money at that time, lived out the rest of his life. He died in 1960, my Uncle Harry. So that was the end of that. Now, when Pat Brown got elected, in 52, they thought they could reopen. And they did get open for 4 days. And my uncle would be there at nights for the closing and take the money. And so I went with him on an afternoon, and we were there like for an hour, and he kept paying the rent, all the tables and everything, with the hopes that they'd get open again by getting rid of Hauser. And Hauser did get beat. By that time, my dad had passed away, so he couldn't help. So my Uncle Harry takes me, and I remember his share for that day was $3,000. Now, and that's 1952. You could buy a new Cadillac convertible in 1952 loaded for $2,500. So it was a great business. Now that money in part, had to split with his partners and that sort of thing, but still it was a great business. My mother never got into the casinos because my dad did not want to have a chance of a raid where she would be arrested, and she was forbidden. But they could go to Mattioni's, which they didn't own, which was the great nightclub. And as a little kid, I'd 3 or 4 times a year, every time the floor show changed, my buddy Bob Pitzer, whose dad owned it, and we'd go and we'd have tables and watch the floor show, which were the same, at that time, entertainers they had at Lake Tahoe. Lake Tahoe later went on and became bigger than that. So my dad did a lot of different trials. When I went in with Don Bosco, he said nobody ever beat him unless they went to the last stage. If you win, I appeal. And I keep appealing. So he would fight. He wrote appellate briefs. He argued in the Court of Appeals and that sort of thing.
Did you ever see your dad at trial or see him?
No, I wish I had. One time, my dad is trying a divorce case, and the divorce laws were different then, but this did involve child custody, which was pretty much the same law as it is today. So the child that the man was trying to take away from the woman, the wife was the client of my dad, was underweight and small. So same age as I am. I was always very thin and lightweight as a kid. So I'm the closing witness. My dad calls me, takes me down, puts me on the stand, says, "What's your name? Where do you live? What do you weigh?" And I weighed the same as the kid who was supposedly malnourished. My dad won the case. But he was always very creative and visual, which is so important in trying a case. Everything it's verbal, but an awful lot visuals and an awful lot feel. So he was, I wished, I could have seen him, try cases.
Were you able to go to the casinos?
I went to, yeah, I was able to go to the one in Lodi. My uncle ran the Lodi one, and Charlie Merriams ran the Stockton one. And I got to go with my uncle a couple of times to the Lodi casino. And after that, he was retired, and I played an awful lot of gin rummy with him. And when my mother went to college to get her PhD degree, and when I'm my junior year of college, junior year of high school, I stayed some of that time with my uncle in Palo Alto at that time. He was living because his wife was from Palo Alto, and nothing for me to do. We just sit and play gin all day, which was good. So that's on my dad's side. Any questions?
I was just thinking, so do you think when they took you out to reenact that crime scene, is that what kind of sparked your interest in practicing law, or is it because you admired your dad so much, or?
In part, but I just always revered my dad. So, I got to tell you, my dad, it must have been so bad in Boston and so poor. And then by the time I knew him, he made money, okay? I never, ever saw him not dressed to the nines, okay? We have pictures. I never saw, he did not own a pair of khakis, a pair of shorts, Levi's, slacks, silk shirts, suits. Most of my memories are of a suit, and we'll show a picture on that, and just the best suits, the best shoes. He'd get a haircut twice a week, get his shoes shined. That era, there were shoe shine parlors, which are also very social. There was one on Sutter Street, and you talk to all the business guys that go down there. Shoe shine every day, immaculate, not like me.
Did he have his own personal tailor and?
Yes, yeah, and he custom-made suits. And Nick Pomponio, it was the only custom suit maker here, and that was kind of a goal, a poor goal. I always wanted to have one of those suits. So after I started practicing in my own practice, and I could afford one, I got one custom-made suit there, and then they retired shortly after that. And to give an idea of comparison of costs, the suit was $100 per custom. Today, it'd be about $5,000, okay? To put things in context, again, in the volumes there, my dad bought a 41 Pontiac new right before the war started, 8-cylinder loaded, $700, okay? After the war, and they bought a 46 Pontiac loaded, and it was $1,250. He bought the house, which is from this house, so just about a mile and a half over here on Oxford Street, off a country club. He and my mom's first house before the war, I've got a picture of it in there, $2,900. He bought a beautiful home, colonial, taking up the frontage of the whole block on Bonnie Lane in 1945 or 6 for $11,000. So the prices of things,
What's the first house that you remembered?
I remember them both. I didn't want to leave this one. I remember because the one that was over here, but we left when I was about 7 because my mother felt I should have playmates, and this was the country then. So we were out in the country, and I didn't have playmates. And she said we should move into town where I'd have playmates on that. Then as to what we did in those years, okay, before my dad died in August of 48, and the routine pretty much was every Sunday I would go to visit my grandma and my uncle and my uncle's partner, Charlie. And I'd spend time with my grandma and we'd play casino. And she spoke, I could understand everything she said, and I don't recall any accent. My mother said she had a very difficult time talking to her. But the funny story on that is when my dad married my mother, who's Gentile or Shixela, okay, my grandmother was outraged because she wanted to pick my dad's wife, okay? And my dad was kind of the favorite. So my mom and dad went together, I think, for more than 5 years, maybe 6 years, her still not having met his mother for the reasons that I discussed in the film. Another story that my mother told is that my grandmother, in her presence, would claim not to speak English, and so would not converse with my mother. So my mother waited until I was born and dressed me up, took me over by herself without my dad there to show me to Grandma Kaidi. And my mom, just as tough as Grandma Kaidi, said to her, if you ever want to see him again, learn to speak English. In the end, they became friends, and somehow my mother's engagement ring was a diamond smuggled out of Russia by my grandmother, and later my mother had it made into a ring for me, which I treasured, but unfortunately lost. My dad was afraid to introduce my mother until they married. And then and even though they all lived within blocks, my mother never met my grandmother until 2 or 3 days after they got married. So if they got married, I'm never quite sure of that. I've never seen a marriage certificate. When I'd ask my mother about it, oh, we were going to Los Angeles to meet Uncle Ben, and we stopped in Modesto, and a friend of your dad married us. The judge he knew. That's the story. But anyway, it worked fine. And she had an anniversary date in March that they'd celebrate. So anyway, on Sundays I'd do that. And then my dad and my uncle and his partner Harry would talk about the politics, local politics that would affect the gambling, all in Yiddish, okay? So when I'd be down there, I couldn't understand a word that they said, but that was for all of them, that was their first language on that. All my dad spoke beautiful. My uncle never lost an accent. My dad spoke beautiful English and very educated. And because he didn't get married till he was 37, he read and read and read a lot. He lived at the Stockton Hotel, which was then elegant. It was the white table. Even as a kid, it was a white tablecloth dinner house that we used to go to. And all his laundry was done for him. Ladies changed the beds and all that sort of thing. And it was the center of town. And he'd meet people down there. And my dad loved to gamble. And as a little kid, he gambled large amounts of money when we were at Tahoe. 1941, he bought, which you've all seen, the cabin up there, cabin at Lake Tahoe, furnished, 2 stories, $1,700. you're looking at a picture of my wonderful father. I was just so fortunate to have my father and my mother, both wonderful, both treated me great, and I had the privilege of being the only child. In any event, a couple of things about my dad. This picture's 1937, taken by the Bar Association. And at that time, at Lake Tahoe, and even when I was up there, that I can remember, about 4 years old, my dad bought the cabin at Tahoe. The roads were dirt roads where we lived. You could ride horses on the roads. There was nothing on Highway 50, which now runs from the Y, 6 miles west of State Line, all the way to State Line. It was just a 2-lane road, ordinary speed limits. There was a small hotel halfway there, Globin's, and our cabin was maybe halfway to State Line, 3 miles from State Line, and in a little dirt subdivision that was just wonderful. Could walk around, see the wildflowers with my grandma. Anyway, one memory, my dad was practicing law and had to run the office, not only for himself, but for his partner, Leroy Johnson. And there were no telephones at Tahoe, no telephones at all, much less cell phones. And the only phones were commercial. One was way down at the Y, and one was at Globin's, a few blocks away. My dad would bring a flour sack full of change, and every morning go and talk to his office, talk to clients. And it just kind of an old time when you didn't have telephones. Of course, we had no TV, no radio. We had an old wind-up phonograph, probably made by Thomas Edison, that was broken. That's just a little additional material. At that time, Lake Tahoe, the casinos closed on Labor Day, okay, and they didn't open until Memorial Day. It was just a summer resort where they'd have 3 months of gambling until Eddie Sahadi came up there in, I think, 44, 45. There were no floor shows. There were just gambling joints. And when Eddie came up, and I'll tell more about Eddie later, then he made it first class. And that was what's now Harris Club, is where there was a Nevada Club and the State Line Country Club, and they're the only 2 casinos at the line. And the limit at the Nevada Club was $50, and the limit at the State Line Club was $100. Now, you can see that because none of them wanted to get hurt bad, not that they could. Anyway, so during the week, as I said, I'd go over every Sunday and with my grandma, play cards. Then I'd go down and see Charlie and my Uncle Harry, and because they were making so much money, had no children, they'd always give me $5, $10, $20 a piece. So in 48, when my dad passed away, I had over $3,000 in 10s and 20s stuck in my drawer. I just throw it in a drawer, which was like the price of 2, 3 Cadillacs. So, but they were just so generous and nice to me, and that it was just unbelievable. Then, when they got shut down, we were talking about the gambling in '52, my uncle and Charlie went to Las Vegas and bought 10 acres on the Strip about where the Sands is. Today, the value of that acreage would be $200-300 million. Only they built a motel, casino, and they were Las Vegas was the fast boys. And they weren't able to compete, and they lost it all. So, but just the land itself would have been something else. So, anyway, that was it. And then Charlie bought a new Cadillac in '52, and then he had a stroke, and he let me. I didn't have a car until I was 20 years old, so you can tell all the kids that. No car. And Charlie would let me drive his brand new Cadillac. And I remember going over to Oak Park swimming pool, and then he says, just make sure the seat's in the same position when you get back. Okay. Then that was what we'd do on Sundays. During the week, we lived in this nice neighborhood, and we'd play ball and Cub Scouts and that sort of thing. And then every summer, my mom and I would go to Lake Tahoe from Memorial Day to Labor Day, 3 months. And my dad would come up on the weekends and long weekends and occasionally for a week.
So was she not working at that time? Was she
No.
not working when she was married to your dad?
Before she got married, she got out of nursing school. Dameron Hospital was a teaching school, and she graduated from that, and she was just excellent. When I started practicing law and I have medical cases, she was almost as good as any doctor that I could have to advise me particularly on the anatomy, because that's most of the kind of cases that we did, broken bones and that sort of thing. So she did not like general duty nursing. She wanted to be a surgical nurse. Well, that goes to the women who have seniority, and so she wouldn't do it. So meanwhile, my Aunt Nell, my mother's older sister, born in about 1905, okay, she's 6, 7 years older than my mom, at that time owned the beauty shop, okay, in the Wonder, okay. She had 10 operators and 2 manicurists working for us. The Wonder was the deluxe eye magnet store in Stockton. We've got a picture of it that we'll show when we do the pictures, and all high-end stuff, okay? And she did very well because the women all got their hair done during the Great Depression when they couldn't put food on the table, but they did not miss a hair appointment. So she did very well, and she was married to a dentist, my Uncle Doc, Dr. Davenport, and he was a character. He was a really sharp guy, really a nice guy. His father was a dentist. These are the era when dentists were self-taught. There were no dental schools, okay? So my uncle, they had a wagon, like on a covered wagon, and they would go and serve San Andreas, Angels Camp, Lockford, Clements, up in the hills, okay, in a wagon and do dentistry for a day, plus do dentistry here out of a wagon, okay? By the time I knew Uncle Doc, he was in the medical dental building, and during the Depression, he was 5 years delinquent on his rent, and the owner let him stay because who else would go there? And he paid it all when the war came along. So Uncle Doc and his father, when the great earthquake occurred in San Francisco, 1906 or 7, they took the wagon to Golden Gate Park, spent 2 weeks doing dentistry in the wagon in Golden Gate Park. So, how long ago? So my Aunt Nell was the marrying kind. She had 5 husbands. So I didn't know but 2 of them. But I didn't know any of them. I don't even know their names. But my Aunt Nell was very vivacious and attractive, and there's a lot of pictures that will integrate into this, where I guess it was very popular when you took a picture of your girlfriend. It was on a car or in a car or with and riding boots on a car. So lots of great cars. I've got pictures. One guy had a Marmon, one a Chrysler Imperial convertible, and those were the great cars. I like cars. So anyway, we spend, as I said, the summers at Tahoe, and partly because the rules were pretty loose then, we didn't have the bureaucracy. I was allowed to go into the casinos. I could play the slot machines, and if I went to Carson City, I could play roulette. and they just, if you had the money, you could play. And I understood the game, so I didn't feel abused or taken advantage of in any way. And so we'd be at Tahoe, and because my dad loved to gamble, by the time I much remember, every Friday and Saturday night, he'd have the best table on the dance floor show, okay, at the Sahadi State Line Country Club, okay? And for both shows, they'd save the table for him. So we'd go and see the show and have wonderful dinners. Full steak dinner and show was $5 a person, okay? During the week, $2.50. So anyway, we'd do that, and then I'd gamble, and I'd go through coins and collect coins. My dad had a friend who was a great collector, Rex Shell, whose wife, Miriam Shell, was my first grade teacher. Anyway, so I'd go through coins, and I've got a lot of them that you guys can have, from the Morgan silver dollars and the old coins back to 1878, and just keep them. And my mother says, yeah, they'll be valuable someday. So, not that they are, but they're kind of neat because of their era. So, in the course of all this, Eddie Sahadi was a larger-than-life movie star type. He's Lebanese, very handsome, very beautifully dressed always, very kind, very social, and I got to know him, okay? And so one time I'm playing a dime slot machine, and I'm about 9 years old, and I get a jackpot. And the lady standing next to me said, "That's illegal, you're too young, I'm taking that jackpot." So I started screaming for Eddie at the top of my voice, and she took off. So anyway, we'd do that. And my other memory of Eddie, we're down there on a Sunday afternoon, and my dad, he never played blackjack or roulette, always just shoot dice. And just loved it, hours and hours. I don't know how he did it, but he did it. So my dad's shooting dice. It's a Sunday, not too busy in that time. And he came over to me, he says, "Do you know how to play blackjack?" I said, "Yes, I do." And he says, "Come on over." And he opens up a blackjack table and ropes it off and gives me $100 to play, with a lot of money, okay? A lot of money, okay? So I play, and when I finish, I got over $200. And I know to push it back because it's, and he says, no, you won that. He insisted that I take it, okay? Now, Eddie could make a deck of cards talk, okay? He won what is now Harrah's Club in a poker game. He had an $83,000 marker from the guy that owned the State Line Club, which is where Harrah's is now. And the guy couldn't pay and gave him the State Line Club. That's how he wound up with it. But Eddie was a great, unlike most owners, like my uncle just was against gambling because he's on the other side of it. And my dad knew better, but that's what my dad liked to do. So the next morning, I got all this money stacked, which would be like today $3,000-4,000, okay? And my mom said, "Where'd you get that?" I said, "Oh, I won it from Eddie playing blackjack." I didn't know that he probably helped me win at that time, but I'm sure.
Did she let you keep it?
Oh yeah, I just throw it in my drawer when I get home. That's how I wound up with all that cash, and I put it in the bank, which is should have put it in the stock market, but anyway. So we'd do that, and then during the week, my mom had let me have friends up like Bob Pitts or Jack McDonald, Kelly and Kenny Kelson come up, and so I'd have playmates at Tahoe, because Tahoe, where we were at that first, it was all dirt roads, and there was a stables, okay, over there, near Globin's Beach, okay, maybe 4 or 5 blocks from our house, and my mother was a horsewoman, and one of the pictures you're going to see, she was a show rider. She loved doing horses, and beautiful rider, and her sister too, Nell. And there was a guy named Jim McCleve that used to put on horse shows at the fairgrounds, and she used to take me out there and show her a horse that she knew from those days. And so, anyway, she would not let me have a bicycle because it's too dangerous, but I could go. Bob and I, 9 years old, would go rent horses, okay? And you rented a horse. There was nobody leading you around some dumb trail. You rode him wherever you want. So I had a horse named Star, and Bob's horse, or I had Sierra, and Bob had Star. Mine was a roan, and his was a black. And we'd go over 2-3 times a week, $1.50 an hour to rent a horse, and $1 for every second hour. And we'd ride through that subdivision pell-mell. I mean, running, galloping's easy, but we'd run them, which my mother's only concern was, don't hurt the horse, don't run him, you can't run him more than 2 minutes, you know, and then you gotta let him rest, make sure you water him. I mean, all these instructions about the horse, zero concern that we would have fallen off playing cowboys and Indians, you know, full bore. So we'd do that, we'd go to the beach, pictures of my dad in there. My dad on the beach, not a bathing suit, Florsheim shoes, gabardine slacks, and a silk shirt. I don't know. There was one picture my mom may have got him into a bathing suit once. He didn't much care about going to the beach. When he was up there, we'd mostly do other things, but once in a great while, my mom had 6-8 times, if I can remember, of all the time that we were up there.
Did you
So
go
we
boating or no?
Huh?
Boating? Like when did you start going
Never,
ever?
my mother and I would rent a boat during the week. You could rent a little motorboat with a 5 horsepower rowboat type of thing. I think for $1 an hour or something like that, you know, and you pull them out. And I learned to do that, and you could adjust the carburetor a little bit. But and so we'd get that for an hour or so and just tool around. My dad would spend more in a night at the casino than you could buy a speedboat for. He did not want one, did not want to go on one. And never that he said it, it just didn't happen. Just didn't happen. But at that time, all the boats you've seen, the beautiful Garwoods, you know, and Chris Crafts, were just gorgeous and beautiful up there, all made of wood. And so we'd do that. Then in Stockton, in the wintertime, like I said, Sundays we'd go to my grandma's, and other days they like to get in a car and just travel. We'd go to Jackson, we'd go to Clements, just up in the hills, up to a river called the Jesus Marie. I don't remember, I know I could probably find it on a Google map, but we'd go up there and often wind up in Jackson because gambling was open at Jackson, at the Louvre and the National, and I'd wind up, some of the same dealers who didn't have a job at the lake because they closed would come to Jackson and deal. The dealer that was my close friend, a guy named Joe Peralta, I became friends with him, was a fishing and hunting guide in Yellowstone. And he'd go there, but in the summers, like my dad, again, who never got out of a suit or slacks, thought that his son should learn fishing. Well, as you can imagine, I'm not much on fishing, but his friend is Joe Peralta, and Peralta is this great hunter fisherman, okay? So my uncle comes up and they buy me all this expensive gear that I didn't know what to do with or about it. I mean, really nice stuff. If I had it now, they'd be antiques. I'd give it to friends who are fishing people. But anyway, so then I'd be at the casino with my dad till 2 or 3 in the morning, and Joe would want to pick me up at 5 to go fishing, and I don't like to get up early any time in my life. So we did that maybe 10 or 12 times, but he taught me how to bait the hook and how to cast. And it was old bamboo reels, and he and his girlfriend, and we'd eat breakfast at the Markleyville Inn, and we'd fish on the North Fork of the Carson River. And then he made me clean the fish too, and I didn't want to do that either. And he would hunt for one fish. We'd get there, and he'd see what he thought was the best or biggest fish, and he would trail it down the river till he caught that fish, and most of the time he did. So that's how skilled that he was. So we did that a few times, but I fairly reluctant on doing that. And so we'd go up anyway during the winter, and prior to the summer. A lot of times wind up in Jackson. My dad shoot dice for a while, and I liked it because I liked to play on that. Now after midnight, I was even allowed to shoot dice, and I knew the games, and so I loved that because I just thought gambling was so much fun, and I still do. So, but I was short, so I had to throw overhand to the crap table because I wasn't tall enough. I'd just get my chin over the thing, and I'd make all the place bets and all the betting. In fact, during Saturday nights, my dad would be playing, my mother would go to the dice table and with me, and she'd let me verbally say the bets, and she'd make them. And I was outraged one time because some lady says, well, you're a kid, you shouldn't be here, I want your spot. I said, it's my spot, I'm playing more than you are. I got in trouble for that. I also got in trouble in third grade. During the war, the teachers were sparse too because of that. So we had some lady out of the Midwest, Miss Lussenden in the third grade, who diction was less than perfect and pronunciation. And when she'd mispronounce a word, I'd raise my hand and say, the proper pronunciation is donkey, not donkey. And I got in trouble for that. So, and the other thing I got in trouble for, Miss Wager in a fifth grade, as you know, I hardly write. I can't write anything very well. My handwriting is almost, Dolores is the only person in the world that can read it. Sometimes I can't read it the next morning. So I kept getting in trouble on that. And so I told Miss Wager, it does not matter. I'm going to be an attorney. I'm going to have a secretary, and I will dictate. And I got in trouble for telling her that, too. My mother had to come to school, so I now and then get in trouble over there. So there's a very nice letter that we're going to photograph where Judge Woodward, who was one of our best judges, wrote a letter to my mother, stating what a good lawyer and history buff my dad was. Living at 3020 Bonnie Lane, my grandmother, Kutch was her nickname. Her real name was Ella Farley, later to be Ella Krutzinger on marriage. And I named her Kutch, like Kitey, because when I was 2 or 3, she'd go Kutchi Kutchi Koo. And so the whole family then started calling her Kutch. And she was a character and herself. And unlike my grandma Kitey, who somehow we talked a lot, my grandma Kutch was very, very bright. She'd gone to normal school, which you became a teacher in the Midwest, and that was 2 years of schooling at the end of grammar school. So she probably started teaching school at 15 or 16 years age. And the books that you have, the great books, I mean, she knew literature, she knew proper writing, everything, but she didn't talk much to me or to anybody that I can remember. So she lived in our downstairs bedroom, and as a little kid, I'm crawling around in closets and stuff, and I see a bottle of brandy. My parents didn't drink, okay? My dad didn't drink at all, ever. My mother at a party would have one scotch or something like that. And so I bring it out, and my mom, what's this? She said, Grandma's medicine, put it back. And the other thing is, because she was a hillbilly, born in her family name, Bradleyville, and she's a Bradley, little tiny town of 500 or 600 people near the Arkansas border. So they're very southern and very Midwestern, and she chewed tobacco. And so I'd find these terrible things in the sink, and I'd ask my mother, what's that? And my mother would say, Grandma's a little sick. So I didn't figure out till I was an adult, what that might have meant. So anyway, but I did enjoy being with her, and she was a fabulous cook. And so when she lived with us, she did most of the cooking, and very proudly telling my mother that my mother wasn't a very good cook, which my mother was a good cook, but I'm a better cook, so I'll do the cooking. And my dad would praise her to the ceilings about how wonderful her cooking was, and she probably thought that was her ticket to ride, and to stay in the house. So anyway.
So was she the one that made okiarki?
She's the one that started okiarki, which is a wonderful dish. I should have gotten the recipe where my mother would get my grandma, Kentucky Wonder beans, and cook them for 20 hours, slow heat in water with bacon and onion, and then chopped fresh cucumbers, chopped fresh tomatoes, and chopped like new potatoes, okay, that were cooked but chopped, and then it would all be mixed together with this great onion and bacon flavor over it. That's called okiarki. So she's the one that did that. Let's see, what else we do when I was a kid? In 1946, I'll go back to my Aunt Nell, the muchly married Aunt Nell. So she's married to Uncle Doc, who was quite a bit older than she was, and he was always great to me, and he was a great fisherman. So during the Depression, he was renowned in the whole area, and fishermen who were trout fishermen would come from San Francisco to tie flies with him. And my mother was his, even though she was a nurse, she did the bookkeeping, the nursing, whatever, in the dental office in the Depression, that he'd make as much money tying flies as pulling teeth. And also, but he drove a Packard, which was neat. Anyway, Charlie Folger's Coffee, used to come down. They were fishing buddies, and he'd shut the office, spend a whole day tying flies, which I guess there's an art to that lost on me, but there is an art form to that. Anyway, so Doc, by a prior marriage, had a son, DeWitt Leslie Glover, okay, and Doc was quite a bit older than my Aunt Nell. I think he's probably born somewhere in the 1980s. So he was doing dentistry at the park in San Francisco during the earthquake, so he's probably born in the late 80s, okay? So meanwhile, she falls in love with his son, DeWitt, and they get married. So that's my second. And DeWitt was a fabulous war hero, okay? In World War II, right after Pearl Harbor, the second day after Pearl Harbor, December 7th, 1947, I remember hearing it on the radio, and my parents, big deal, obviously. There was no TV. So the next day, Japanese take the Philippines, okay? They bomb them 24 hours later. Douglas MacArthur's failure to get his airplanes off the field, it's another long story. And then they fight to the Battle of Corregidor. President Roosevelt orders MacArthur, who is a national hero, first in his class at West Point, director of West Point, the adjutant to General John Pershing, who ran World War I for the U.S., very famous family. His father, Arthur MacArthur, got the Congressional Medal fighting in the Civil War, so very famous guy. Roosevelt needs him back here for the politics of we saved our best general, we're going to get him next. So at that time, they'd fought a last-ditch battle, and they're on the Bataan Peninsula in the Philippines, opposite Luzon, northern Philippines. And there's 3 PT boats left. The PT boats were basically plywood speedboats with twin, some of them had twin Cummins, some of them had twin Packards, and I don't know what he had. Each one is 1,500 horsepower. So they had 3,000 horsepower. They had 2 torpedo tubes in front, okay? And they had a couple of 50 caliber machine guns, and that was it. And it was the only way for MacArthur to get out of the Philippines, okay? The only other alternative was to escape on the submarine permit. And MacArthur felt that was too dangerous and could be tracked by the Japanese Navy and he could be sunk. And therefore he elected to go with DeWitt and Lieutenant Bulkley on the PT boat. So the 3 boats, there was my uncle's boat, who was he was the chief quartermaster, which essentially runs the boat. There was an officer aboard named Bulkley who became famous, became an admiral, and was in rank above him but didn't run the boat. So they pick up MacArthur at the little dock, almost like our docks at the lake in Bataan, and he's got to go 900 miles at night with no maps to Mindanao, the chain of islands if you look on the map. And anyway, I'm sure they had some navigation in some way to know which island is which, but there's a lot of little islands they don't even know the names of. When they are leaving, he's got MacArthur and MacArthur's wife, who was very nice and bring him coffee every day, but MacArthur never even talked to anybody, just stayed in the cabin below. And on the way, MacArthur orders them to pick up Manuel Quezon, the president of the Philippines, and the gold. So they go to the next island and pick up all the gold in the treasury of the Philippines, and they put the gold in the PT boat, slowing them down. PT boat, brand new, does 60 miles an hour. By this time, the most they could do with loss of parts, wear and tear, oil, 30 miles an hour. And they have to hide because the Japanese controlled the waters there. And prior to that, in the book, I've got it here, I put it somewhere, They Were Expendable, which is about Bulkley and General MacArthur and my uncle. And they talk about sneaking up on a Japanese cruiser and shooting them with torpedoes and then running like hell. Scary stuff, okay? So in any event, I don't know where I put that stuff. They make it to Mindanao, but because they picked up the gold, my uncle was supposed to be flown with MacArthur back to Australia. And they took the gold instead. MacArthur thought the gold was more important, so they left all the rest of the crew behind. And they took the gold, and MacArthur, who ran the war from Australia then. So then he joined up with a Colonel Fertig, who was fighting guerrilla warfare against the Japanese occupation. And I had in there, I thought I was going to bring it in, the radio broadcast. After the war, they awarded all the medals on the radio, the big time medals. So my uncle was on the Wrigley show, and General MacArthur gave him the Silver Star. So downstairs we have the flag that he captured, of the Japanese flag that he captured, and all the medals that he received for bravery. And he was in hand-to-hand combat. That's described in, I don't know, I left it in there. I'd read it. He describes the hand-to-hand combat that he's sneaking up on a Japanese garrison barracks because they needed the food and the munitions. They got to capture it. And he's got some Filipino guerrillas and whatever ragtag crew he has and a few guns. And he's saying, you go here, you go here. I'm going to count to 5 and I'm going to run to the window. And there's a Japanese guard with a Tommy gun, starts firing at him. He pulls a pin on a grenade, throws it, hits him in the face because his gun jammed. And it blows up the place, and he lives. So he was really...
How did you end up with the flag and the medals?
That's a flag that he captured. Oh, it's another story here. So he is in the Philippines fighting guerrilla warfare for 2 years, gets malaria, is down to 100 pounds, and they get a submarine in and they get him out, okay? And I'm not sure, I think that must have been about the time that he married my aunt, divorced my uncle, became my new uncle. So because of my dad's, and I don't know if it was the honeymoon or what, you remember the white colonial house across from the Sahara Hotel in the Meadow on the north side? It's a big, beautiful white house that belongs to the people who own all the land under the Sahara and Caesars and everything but Harvey's and Harrah's, and that family homesteaded that in the 1800s. And so that was their original home, beautiful home. So my dad had made arrangements with them for that to be the honeymoon, and I stayed with them part of that time. And my mother, who would let me ride horses, he had brought back a switchblade knife and gave it to me. And my mother confiscated that. I think it just disappeared. My mother never confiscated, they just disappeared, type of thing. So anyway, he gets back and he's into San Francisco, from being in the hospital for a long time in Australia, I guess, for malaria and recovering. And I guess that's about the time he marries my aunt. I'm not too sure of that. But he goes to Shreve's in San Francisco, the jewelry store, gone now, but no, let's just move down the block. But the most elegant jewelry store on the West Coast. And he buys this watch, okay, for $1,700, a fortune. And it was the watch at the time. And when my aunt gave it to me when I was a teenager. Oh, the other thing we did when I was a kid, and after my dad died, we went from staying at the Fairmont to St. Francis, the best of everything with my dad, okay? And so to having nothing because the airplane crashed, the insurance didn't cover at that time. And my dad made a lot of money and spent a lot of money, no debt, but just loved to live life. So then my mom had to go back to work, okay? And she got a 1-week certificate as an audiometrist to test kids' hearing. And she had to carry around this like 30-pound audiometer type of thing. She did that for 5 years and was really bad, hard work, got $200 a month. We had to rent out rooms in the house to make ends meet, or my mother did. And then she decided to go to nursing school in Colorado to get her public health nurse, okay? Now she had a 3-year certificate as a registered nurse, and the good bureaucrats of California says, we don't count that for anything, you've got to start your nurse's training over for 4 years. So she found a program in Colorado where she took 1 year, and by the law of comedy, she was able to be a PHN here and made a lot more money and did work that she liked as a public health nurse, where she'd go around, help people with diet, with nutrition, whatever health problems that they had. And back when my grandmother was living with us, she liked to listen to soap operas. I don't think they have soap operas now, but I found to listen to them. So I'd have to be quiet. She's listening to her soap operas. The first one was Search for Happiness. David and Aunt Polly have come a long way since the days they were being sponsored by Edward Westcott. And the next one was Glamour Manor, a pretty funny, fast, noisy way that Kenny talks a lot. And the next one is The Romance of Helen Trent. And the one after that is Our Gal Sunday. And after that, the one I remember most, because this is on when I get out of grammar school about 2 o'clock, Ma Perkins. And Ma Perkins has her kids and all the problems of making pies. It said a little bit like the Andy Griffith Show. And then Linda's First Love, followed by Mary Foster, the editor's daughter, and Pepper Young's Family, and The Right to Happiness. So that went from
Were these half-hour shows? or
Half-hour shows.
Oh my gosh, you had to be quiet a long
and
time.
radio at that time, whether voluntarily or not. At the hour, 1 minute of advertising. At the half hour, 30 seconds. And at the 15 minutes, 15 seconds. No more, not like it is today. And there was the first time I ever saw a television, we went to visit my Uncle Ben in Los Angeles. And there was this gambling bar place that my dad took me into, and Mike Lyman's. And they had a television over the bar. And I couldn't believe it. I mean, it was something out of this world. Nobody had television in Stockton at that time. And that's about 1946, something like that. Also in 46, my grandma that we were talking about was living with DeWitt in Norfolk, Virginia. Now he's a lieutenant in the Navy. He was a career naval officer. And you have to take the train. Only very rich people, none that I'd ever met, went on a commercial airliner in 1946. I didn't know anybody that had ever been on one. We knew some military veterans who had been in a military plane, but not, the commercial airlines were really early on. I think it was a lot on the East Coast, but there was probably San Francisco, but anyway, we didn't do it, couldn't afford it, was fearful, whatever. So it's a 5-day train ride, and it was just a great experience. At that time, the passenger trains were elegant. My grandfather on my mother's side, and I'll come to this more, was Mike Krutzinger, okay? Not much schooling, out of Kentucky, but was a whiz at math. And he was hired by the Denver Rio Grande Western to design and supervise the building of all the bridges west out of Los Angeles into Arizona. So sometime after he married my grandma, Kutch, probably in the late 1800s, they went, and my grandma's job was to run the caboose, which was to feed the crew. So they'd bring a train out loaded with the lumber to build a bridge, the crewmen in crew cars, and the caboose was the cooking. And so that was her job. And the other thing I remember about my grandma was every once in a while she'd mutter about the goddamned Indians. And the only Indians I'd ever seen were in a Roy Rogers, or Ronald Reagan cowboy show. And so my mother later told me that when she was out in Arizona, there were the Indians, 2 or 3, not a whole tribe, would try to attack the caboose to steal the food, and she'd fight them off with a shotgun. So she was plenty tough. Yeah, okay, so anyway, we'd take this trip in 1946 to Norfolk, 5 days, and you have to stop in Chicago because there were no through trains in that era that didn't change in Chicago because the different ownership of the lines, east and west. So That was only 60 years after the driving of the Golden Spike. Anyway, so we take the train back, and my grandma, out of some sort of honor, got a drawing room, which was like a living room in a train, not the little booths that you see in the shows. And my dad got us a compartment, and my grandma kind of told about the railroads. Oh, this one's smooth because it was built by so-and-so, and this one's rough because it was poorly nailed, So it was kind of interesting. And the food was served in dining cars, just first class, and all being waited on by the tuxedoed waiters, the short white jackets, lamb chops, and just couldn't have been better. So we get back to Norfolk, and the World War II surrender of Japan was signed on the battleship Missouri, and that was in Norfolk at the time. And so my uncle was, his rank, able to take me and stand on a spot where they have the plaque where the World War surrender was. And then also got to eat in the wardroom, and in that day anyway, day and age, that again was served like on the railroads by waiters and tuxedos and wonderful food. And they always said the food in the Navy was better than anywhere else. So anyway, we did that. And then we went to Washington, saw the Pentagon. My dad's partner was still a congressman, so he arranged for us to have the grand tour of the Pentagon and the Smithsonian. It was a great trip. And then we diverted back through New Orleans because my mom loved to travel. My mother just loved to travel. You want to drive to Winnemucca 5 minutes from now? Yeah, that'd be fine. So anyway, so she just loved to travel. So we went to New Orleans and ate at Antoine's and saw Napoleon's death mask. Those are the two things that I remember, and came back, 5 days coming back. The other trips that we'd take every summer, or not every summer, but when I got older, went to Wyoming twice, and we'd go through Canada and Calgary, saw the Calgary Stampede, and Lake Louise and Banff, and down to my aunt's ranch, okay? My grandma, Kutch Ella, had 10 sisters and 2 brothers, okay? The big family, which I guess was common, you'll see pictures of that, and they're in this real super Midwestern town of Bradleyville. Her mother was Mary Bradley, and her father was John Farley. John Farley was born in Ireland and came here, and he was a horse raiser, as much as I can get out of it, and raised very fine horses that people on the plantations and whatever would buy. And probably my mother and my grandmother was kind of crippled. I don't know exactly how, but I think she had scoliosis, but my mother always said she fell off a horse. But, family lore, you can't tell. So she is born in a small town, and there's a picture of all these girls wearing bib overalls and nothing else being baptized in the Brush Creek River, which is kind of funny. I mean, this is real hillbilly, when you bib overalls on that. But as in all families, some of them did well and some didn't. My Aunt Bess, Betsy's mother, okay, so my Aunt Bess, Napier, married Lou Napier at like 16 or 17, and they took the train probably as far as Louisville, maybe, I'm not sure, and then bought a covered wagon and went to Wyoming to homestead. And they homesteaded. And she had her first baby, Joe, my cousin Joe, in a sheep wagon, no midwife, no nothing. So things were a little bit tough. She had to carry a gun too. And so as they continued to homestead, they'd hire hands, and each hand would do a homestead. And they finally expanded to where they had 5,000 or 6,000 acres out there, and they were on the brush. They were on the think of the name of the river. The river is the famous Powder River, and their homestead probably was along 2 or 3 miles on the east side of the Powder River. On the west side of the Powder River was the escape haven for Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, and they were called the Hole in the Wall Gang. And from my aunt's ranch, you could look across the river and see the cave where the Hole in the Wall Gang did hide out. But you've seen the movie Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, the Hole in the Wall Gang? That was right across the river from the ranch. You could see it from the ranch, and they'd point out where that is. And you could ride like my cousin Bitsy could ride like the wind, and all of them could. There's pictures in there of my cousin Joe breaking broncos, and the lariats, and all the things that you see in the cowboy movies. And I loved it because my Bitsy was a really good cousin. She was 8-10 years older than I am, but I'd ride all over the ranch with her, and so we'd spend some time. And again, I got a picture in there, my dad in his tailored slacks and Florsheim's and a silk shirt. They insisted that he ride a horse, and my dad did not want to have anything to do with a horse. And so I got a picture. They got him up on the horse, and he looks like a fish out of water. What am I going to? He just didn't like any of the outdoor stuff. He liked the family, and they'd talk about history and stories. I mean, God, McKinley was president when my dad was born. When his grandfather was born, Andrew Jackson was president. Okay. When my grandma was born, Ulysses Grant was president. So really a change in the times. So we'd take a trip like that and stay at these lovely places in Banff and back and around and spend time at the ranch. And we did that a couple of times. And they'd drive, the cars even then when I'm a kid would not make it across the desert, okay, with water, because they had water-cooled radiators, not like they have now, not fluid. So my dad would buy these big canvas 4 or 5 gallon bags, fill them with water, and hang them on the radiator ornament so that it'd keep them cool as we drove. And then the car'd start to boil by the time we get to Fernley, maybe not all the way to Winnemucca. We'd have to pull off the road and stop. And you had to have a rag because the water would be boiling. We'll let the boiling subside, open the radiator, fill it with the water, and take off down to the next spot, which is, we don't do today on that. But that was just expected. It was just ordinary. We'd get real maps, no MapQuest, at all the service stations for free. And my dad would have me plot the route and estimate all the times from doing it, because I like to do math, and we did that. Just to tell you all a little bit about the times and maybe some of the times before that I've discussed with my dad and my mom. But starting with this, cars were very rare, as we've talked about. My Uncle Paul broke his arm cranking the car. Cars could not be started without a crank in my mother's era when my mother was young. Even when I was young, my dad's first car that I remember was a 41 Pontiac. Batteries didn't last too long. It was very hard to get across the desert without carrying water, no air conditioning. There was no air conditioning in the houses. There was no television. I was probably 14-year-old before my mother ever acquired an automatic washing machine. She did the washing on a washboard. And the washboard, and then rinsed the clothes out in a tub and hung them on a clothesline. Today, that's unthinkable, and I was probably an adult when dryers were invented. So she had an old secondhand Bendix washing machine when I maybe at 15, her first automatic washer. Clairol was invented early, so that was wonderful for the ladies because only the hairdresser knew for sure what the hair color was. The radio was on, but very sparse as to any good shows. The most impressive event of my young lifetime was World War II. There was rationing because there was a shortage of goods because of the military effort to defeat Hitler and to defeat Mussolini and to defeat Japan and Hirohito. We had to have a victory garden, and my mother learned to raise, she probably already knew because she was a farmer at heart, but we raised our vegetables, she raised our berries, she raised our fruit. She and my grandma would can them, so we'd have them for the winter. Tires were very hard to get. Gasoline was rationed. Somehow my dad managed to have people give him some gasoline so we could get back and forth to Tahoe. Other than that, most of the time you couldn't get to Tahoe, not enough gasoline. There was no butter during the war. That's when margarine was invented, and you got this greasy stuff that you could put on bread, and you had a pill that you squeezed into it to make it turn from white to yellow. And then as times went on, things got better, and we got air conditioning and all the good things. But in spite of what we didn't have, there was just as much joy, maybe more, in the world. During the war, everybody was on the same side. We all favored the Army, we favored the police department, we favored law enforcement, we favored the Navy, the Marines that were fighting for us. And it was very hard on those who lost friends and relatives in the war. But I was at home, and it was an exciting time. We got to school was good. With family, we played together, we played games together, spent time with my parents every night playing cards. I think of it, despite whatever material hardships, that it was a great time, and I feel that I lived in the best of times. There was more freedom, a lot better political governance, and just a great time. The national forests were open, there weren't many people there. Lake Tahoe, you could walk around and ride around, and again, very few people. Closed all winter long. So that's a little bit about the times. And then at home, we'd play cards every night, usually Tripoli, a game named Tripoli. But yeah, so that was
The three of you?
with my dad and my mom. Yeah, with my dad and my mom. Oh, and then later on, canasta became very popular. And so my Aunt Nell had a money game with her girlfriends. And so when one of the girlfriends, you need a foursome, didn't show up, she'd pick me up to be her partner, and she'd say, "Oh, it's not fair to you. I'll take the little kid. You don't have to draw for partners." And I'd come home with $5, $10, which was good. And at that time, we've always had the most wonderful dogs. The first one that I remember is Telmer, and Telmer was a hound, and he was a roan color, much like the French bulldog, that color. And smart, and dogs could run wild. We didn't have leashes. We didn't have any of that. He'd go out and play in the fields when we lived out here, come back in. And when we were going to go to Tahoe, my dad would say, "Get your bed." He'd go get his bed and drag it and put it in the back seat of the car. And my mom taught him to say a version of hello. She'd say hello, and he went hello like that on that. And he'd do just a wonderful dog, Telmer. And after that,
That's a good name, Telmer. You should have told me before I named Bugsy.
I named him, but I don't remember how I came up with that. And the next dog was Shadow, who used to follow me to school. He'd stay home, and if my mom let him out of the house, he knew my school schedule when I was a senior at Stockton High. And if I was in Spanish, he'd come to Spanish. If I was he was just terrific. We did, drifting aside though, even though it was Stockton, they had tracking, and I had a wonderful education at Stockton High. Some terrific teachers, I remember Agnes and Professor Hofmeister taught Albert Ferrari and I Latin, and fine English teachers. So when I wound up going to law school, I didn't know that, and most of my people in the freshman class, a great deal of them were Eastern, went to the opera, all the New York plays, and were educated in Groton and Eton private schools. And I thought, well, I'm going to be way behind the curve, but I wasn't, and so I was really pleased, and my hat's off to what the teaching was at that time. They really cared, and in fact, my English teacher in my senior year said, anybody that doesn't pass the University of California English test should bypass having to take bonehead English. I guarantee you everyone that gets out of my class will pass that, and every one of us did, or she'd have kicked you out. So she'd keep a record.
So did you just spend your junior year in Colorado?
In Colorado, yeah, which was different. And again, we went from, like I say, living with my dad, living like a prince, to being very poor. And I don't know if we were as poor as I thought we were. My mother inherited $10,000, that was it. And she put it in an account because she wanted me to go to college. As it happens, I never needed it, and I gave it back to her. But that was her goal, was for me to go to college. And so we just lived off her salary, was $200 a month, not much, and rented out roomers, which I didn't like, as opposed to, when my mom went east one time to see her mom, my dad's got to take care of me. And he's this guy in a suit, and he's 40, I'm 7, and he's 44, Well, let's go to San Francisco to stay at the St. Francis, and we go to the 365 Club in the evenings. 365 Club had gambling and had the girl in the fishbowl. Have you ever heard about the girl? Okay, they had a thing I've never figured out to this day. Behind the bar, there's a fishbowl about this size, and it looks like this woman is swimming in it. It's got to be.
It's actually full of water.
It's actually full of water, but the it's got to be a camera trick of some sort. Dale probably knows. Probably a camera trick of some. And I'd sit at the bar, my dad would get me a Coke or whatever, and watch that, and a woman in a fishbowl, and my dad would be in shooting dice. So we spent 2 or 3 days in San Francisco while my mother, I don't know whether she flew, I don't know, I just don't have the memory to know how long she was gone, but somehow he took care of me, but that was the part that I remember. So we go to Colorado, to answer your question, and she rents this Skid Row house for $40 a month, and it's got a kitchen and a living room and a tiny bedroom, and my mom lets me stay in the bedroom. She sleeps on a couch in the living room, well, and she goes to school, and I don't know where she saved the money or got the money to do that, but we did that for a year, and there was a rope tow at the end of town, so I told Ryland about, and
Is that when you started skiing or just?
no, I started skiing in 1944. There was just one hotel with 6 rooms at Tahoe called Globin's. And old Frank and Eleanor Globin owned it. And a beautiful downstairs, like a Swiss place, with a rock fireplace and these little rooms upstairs. So my mother wanted me to learn to ski. So she and I went up there, and I don't know, she must have rented skis for me, and the equipment wasn't very good. And there was no lift, so we just kind of tramped around on the skis. The only lift at that time was on Donner Summit, okay? Then we got into high school, and I started skiing with Albert. And so my mom would drive us to Dodge Ridge over here and ski, which is a smaller ski area. And the good news is the lift tickets were $1.50. Now they're $180, okay? And to a place near Norden on the Donner Summit, and that's where I kind of learned to ski. And wooden skis, no steel edges, leather boots that were really uncomfortable, and the bear claw bindings, you know, where you just snap them in from the back with wires around it. And one time, I don't know how she got my dad to go up, but on Spooner Summit, you know, when you drive over to Carson City from Tahoe, the top is Spooner Summit, they had a rope tow there. And so somehow a friend of my dad's ran into him, come on, try my skis. And my dad went up, but nobody ever showed him to turn, to stand, anything. And so he just came straight, he was kind of a daredevil, straight down the hill. And whether he fell or what.
Was he wearing a suit?
Huh?
Was he wearing a suit?
What?
Was he wearing a suit?
He was wearing.
Or did he actually wear a ski outfit?
He was wearing a beautiful. They still make them today. The ones with the elks on it and a silk shirt. I don't think he had a jacket and slacks. So we're talking about the skiing, and you know, I didn't get to ski much other than that when I went to college and law school. And so after getting out of law school, I started skiing again with my friend Albert, mostly, Albert Ferrari, and then Elizabeth and Alicia are both excellent skiers. And so wonderful, wonderful ski vacation. Elizabeth looks like Sonia Henney, and you'll have to find a Sonia Henney movie coming down the hill. You want to talk about perfect style. There's Elizabeth. Alicia is hell-bent for Sunday. So she's going. Anyway, I just found the script of the Wrigley program where the war heroes were introduced. It was a national program after World War II, and everybody stopped and listened to these programs. They were just major, okay? That and the Jack Benny Show, which we listened to as a kid all the time. And so they're interviewing my uncle, DeWitt, who after he had delivered MacArthur, and MacArthur took off in a B-17 for Australia with Bulkley, and the rest of them are ordered to stay. And they fought guerrilla warfare, which is a mix of ragtag civilians, some military people from both the Army and the Navy who just gravitated and escaped to this camp run by Colonel Fertig, which was the central hiding in the hills, changing your place to avoid capture, that he stayed for 2 years in. So to get food and munitions, they have to go attack a Japanese garrison. And so DeWitt's instructing my Uncle DeWitt. He says, "You heard me, Corporal. I'll try and crawl up on this side and dump a grenade or two in that window. When you hear me holler, Come in with everything you got. Okay, I'll give you 5 minutes to get your men in place. So Lieutenant Glover watched the minute hand on his watch swing around the dial. 1 minute, 2. He lifted his eyes, let them drift over the clearing. Not a tree. 3 minutes, 4. The grass was only a foot high, and it was a bet that some Jap would be at that window. 5 minutes time. D. Glover dropped down on a belly and started forward. 50 yards to go. He edged closer. 1 foot, then step. Another foot. Stop again. Yard by yard. 20, 30, 40. He could hear the Japanese talking now. Hear in lingo in the distance. Was that the face in the window? Was that a pair of eyes peering at me with a Tommy gun? I got to get close enough to throw the grenade. Yes, he had to get close enough to throw a grenade. He had to. That schoolhouse was full of supplies and would feed the whole garrison. Japs who had captured his buddies on Corregidor, who had driven his pals on that march to death. He wiggled forward another foot, another. Then he was on his feet, running. Give it to him, Corporal. Let him have it. This is DeWitt. His men were covering for him, firing guns. There's a face in the window, leering at me, grinning at me, shooting a Tommy gun. D heard the lead swinging over him and threw a grenade and hit him in the head and blew up the garrison. That's like a John Wayne movie. Yeah, I know. It's hard to write a book about that. Or several books I have that they made the movie. They were expendable, and I've got the books in there. Okay, let's go back to my mom and how did they get to Stockton. Again, I don't know how my dad got to Stockton other than this Mrs. Gersh. My grandfather was Mike Krutzinger, okay? And that's my mother's father, okay? And he married Ella, was then Ella Farley, okay? And Ella Farley was born in about 1868 or 70, right after the Civil War. My grandmother was born, and he was probably a little older than that. I'm not sure on that. He wound up, as many people did, working on railroads. So they traveled a lot because he had to go, I guess before my mother was born, they lived on the train building the bridges for about 200 miles over gullies and things, and they didn't have any building permits. And those bridges are still there. And oh my God, they shouldn't have built them without an environmental impact report, you know. So, I mean, and it all works and they're all standing. Just as the houses in Stockton on Bristol that were built without building permits, you know, just built by people who wanted to build a good house. So anyway, he had to travel, and he wound up with a job there was a local line here that basically just, I think, ran to Sacramento. I can't remember the name of it, but he wound up with a job on the railroad at that time, not building bridges, and I don't know, he was some sort of a superintendent. I don't know exactly, you know, what he did in that way. But he died in 1927 of a gallbladder attack. In fact, in the book, he was in the San Joaquin General in 1925, 2 years before he died. They kept him a month for a gallbladder attack. There was no medicine for this other than a very rough surgery, so you either had to let it pass or surgery. I have the bill for his stay for 30 days at $2 a day at $60 and $7 for the x-ray. So the price of medicine has changed considerably on that. So he died in 27 when my mother was 16, and then Nell, because my grandma didn't work, and so Nell, I think, supported the family, and Nell's older brother, my Uncle Paul, who I never met, my mother's had a sister, Nell, that we've talked about, Nell Davenport, Nell Glover, and her brother, Paul Krutzinger. That was my grandfather's name, Mike Krutzinger. He was half Irish, half German. The mother, his father was German, so the Krutzinger, and he married an Irish girl, so his name was Michael O'Reilly Krutzinger. Okay. And so somehow we met my grandmother, and they had the three children, and he probably came to Stockton because of a railroad job. And why he wasn't bridge building then, I don't know on it. So Paul and Nell, who was just 20 maybe, had to support the family. And Paul had a job on the same railroad. Paul died in 39, a month, just before they invented sulfa. Would have saved him. So Paul is Dexter and Gregory's father. You remember Dexter? Gregory, you probably never met because he moved east when I was a kid, but Dexter, is still alive, and so that was Dexter's father. So that's why they went there. Now, my mother went to 7 different grammar schools. They kept moving, and they lived in Emeryville for a while. My grandfather tried farming and went bust, I guess, on it. And anyway, my mother had a bunch of different grammar schools, but did go to Stockton High School, where she would participate in the thespians, and very interested always in that. And she was good friends with a friend of mine when I built the house, was the captain of their basketball team, Charlie Milosevic, which was a big family that time in Stockton. He was 5'10". He was the center. So, and captain of the basketball team. Also, I think he won a state tennis championship. He was a good athlete. So, my mom goes to high school here, and I said, meets my dad, and they get married. I got a picture somewhere of the 10 sisters and 2 brothers in one shot of my grandmother, my mother's mother, and we have that. Back to my dad for a minute, because there was always political strife on gambling in all these towns, and it was very important to have a city council that favored it, the gambling being open. And gambling being open, I can remember as a kid, because of that, we had more good restaurants in Stockton then than we have now, okay? And it was just the kind of the freedom and like it is in Nevada, okay? And so it came a time in about 1946 when there was the good government people running that wanted to shut down the gambling. So there's only one newspaper town, the Stockton Record. And the Stockton Record was on the side of the, quote, good government people. By the way, at that time, I never had a key to my house. The car was parked unlocked in front of the house. No crime. So all the stories about gambling engendering that's not what's the cause of the problem. Anyway, so my dad, remember little Albert Sanguinetti? Okay, his dad was the mayor. So my dad and Mayor Sanguinetti and a couple of other guys, Gene Latier, I forget, decided to print their own newspaper and have it delivered. So they bought a press and they started The Answer. And they prevailed. And we kept, I get this a lot from my mother, they prevailed, and my uncle stayed open until Bugsy Siegel closed them down, not the good government people. So the other thing with my grandma, okay, so I'm born on May 4th, 1937. And when I'm old enough to be carried around, my mother dresses me up as best, my best. My grandmother refused, when my dad got married to her, to speak with her. My grandmother my dad's mother, because she was Gentile. And I'm sorry, I only speak Hebrew and Yiddish. Can't speak to you. Well, she ran a store in Boston, okay? And she spoke English fine. It's probably, my mother kept saying, could you understand her? So anyway, my mom, tough as you know my mom was, dresses me all up, goes over to the apartment and hands me to my grandma, takes him back. When you learn to speak English, you'll see him again.
Oh.
She learned like that immediately. And I loved her, and she was so good to me. And she taught me to play a wonderful game, harder than gin rummy by far, casino. You know, and very few people play it anymore, but I'll tell you the rules at some other time. But it just was a terrific game and a lot of thought, and you had to memorize the deck through the 52nd card to be able to play well. She taught me all that before I went to school. So until I never really was nothing to learn in school on math till we got to division of fractions. It was the first thing I remember. I got to learn that. But I kind of knew all of that, knew all the odds on the crap tables, multiples of them, how to multiply, divide, and all that, because that's what my grandma every Sunday and the family played. And then Kutch, when she was there, then we'd have a foursome, play cards every night. No television. And the radio programs that were any good were on Sunday, which was Fred Allen and Jack Benny, and that was about it, and some spy stories. So anyway, that's, I think with my mom, were there any?
So going back to college, you didn't graduate from college?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, again, I don't know on my dad. I do know he got out of Hastings Law School. Okay, when I went to school in about the fifth grade, I guess, we had midtermers at that time. So you could enroll a baby in school, school starts in September, so maybe March or something like that. So I enrolled then, so I was all the half grade. So they have grade, half grade, grade, half grade. And they decided that's inefficient. So you either had to go back a half a grade or go forward. Well, I wanted to go forward. My mother more wisely thought I should go backward more socially for a boy to be a little older. Anyway, I made a fuss about it, and so I skipped forward. And then went to high school 2 years at Stockton High, and met Joan when, I guess, either a freshman, I must have been 13 or 14. We've got a good picture in there that we'll show. And we spent a wonderful, the dances at that time, all live music, always at least a trio, sometimes a 5-piece band, no records, no DJs, and they would be at the Elks Club, the here and the there, where they had dance floors everywhere. So we had practically every other weekend there was something like that was a lot of fun. So then I finished high school, did a year in Boulder, which was kind of nice. We were our way to Aspen. My mom was going to take me to Aspen, and somebody crossed the road and wrecked our car, and never got to go until I was an adult. But anyway, my mother was really disappointed.
Did you and Joan stay together when you were in Colorado?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. And write letters. Somewhere around I had some letters, I don't know. Anyway, so they had a train that would come to Boulder and take you to Winter Park. And Winter Park was a big mountain, but all rope tows. And you couldn't hold on to the top of the hill. So you went to the hardware store and you bought a vice grip and carried it when you were skiing on a leather strap. The big key is when it got to the top, to the bull wheel, you had to let go and not make a mistake. So when the ski season, Saturday morning, meet the guys on the, high school friends on the train, and we'd go to Winter Park and carry a little lunch with us, and then ski all day. And then, but I just do remember we've never skied in Winter Park because that was a hard ski anyway, coming up with that. But I got to do quite a bit of skiing then. And then I went to college. I got admitted to Cal, Stanford, and Harvard, but I got a scholarship at Cal, so I went to Cal. The scholarship was, I think, $600 a year, maybe $300 a semester, and the tuition was $45 a semester. And I stayed in a fraternity. I joined a fraternity after I was a second, high freshman. And Pi Lambda Phi, that was $90 a month, and that was room and board. And in the summer times, I had jobs. After my dad died, I started working at 12 years old at Acme Auto Wrecking, 324 South Center Street. And they were dear friends of my dad and my mom, and I think they just hired me to give me something to do. And it was really kind of them. I don't know how much useful I did, but I'd help separate scrap iron. I remember it was hot. We worked from 9 to 5:30 and half day Saturday, 25 cents an hour. And the third year I got 50 cents an hour. So anyway, but I did that. There was a great guy that all the people that worked there were really nice to me. And one of them was Benny Bubica. Benny Bubica was a Jewish guy, the only other one, other than the owners and me. And he was their kind of gopher, delivery, bank things, parts, whatever. He's a sharp guy. Benny was single, and Benny deal, he would buy a new Cadillac convertible every year. And he'd get the second or third one that Hansel Nortman had. And he'd take off his wrecking clothes, and he had a beautiful gray suit and tie, and he'd romance all the pretty girls in his Cadillac convertible. So, but he was neat. He'd take me with him a lot, and we'd go on larks that probably weren't approved of. Finally, one time, Al Davidson, who was Saul's son, who was kind of really the boss, says, "You don't need to be going with Benny all the time. Go." I had to paint bins where you'd separate tires. That time they had inner tubes by size, tires by size. I'd rack them, and then I'd take the hubcaps and do that. And they cut up some beautiful cars. They cut up, I went to the owner, Joe Sweet. They were going to cut up a cord. If you just had that, it wasn't running, but the junk body today is worth $500,000, okay? I said, you ought to save that, don't cut it up. Because my dad had always showed me great cars, because he liked cars. He showed me a Duesenberg, which is if you had one today, it's 3-4 million, okay? And they were the best of the best of the best, okay? And it was gorgeous. Now it was gorgeous then. We were driving on a Cassia Street, and someone was parked there with for sale sign, $3,500. Well, a new Cadillac was $2,500, and this was used. So we looked at it and walked away. Walked away. So anyway, I worked there for 3 years.
What age was that?
I worked at Acme Auto Wrecking.
And what was your age then?
12, 13, and 14. And I was making 50 cents by the time I got 14. So then we went to Colorado when I was 15 to go to high school. I couldn't get a job doing anything. I picked cucumbers for a while. God, you'd work all day to make $1.50, and it was horrible. And so I quit. My mother said, it's not worth it. Don't do that. And so I couldn't get a job there. And then when I got back, after my senior year, I got a job on the railroad, being what they call a mud hop. So I was out in Lathrop and Stockton is a junction, and the way the railroads ran then, probably now, is that each junction they have to do an inventory of the cars. So I had the swing shift, and I'd have to go out there to each train. They got 10 tracks, and write down the car number, check, and the cars are sealed to so-called to prevent embezzlement, and write down the car number and put it on where it is on the train. So I did that for a couple of years, boring, type of stuff. And then I got a little more paying job working as a stevedore on the Southern Pacific docks, 1010 East Market Street. And I did that for about 3 months, and I saw on the board that they were looking for what they call a waybill operator. And it involved making out the consist of the train manifests, what the cars were, who they're addressed to, what's the next junction, a big form. So I went to the boss, Mr. Browning, a very nice man. Can I have that job? Can I have that job? Well, we always get, more permanent employed. I said, can I? And you have to be able to know it. I said, I'll tell you what, I'll do it for free for a week, and you come and see if I know it, and if you give me the job. So I did, and he gave me the job. And so that was sitting in an air-conditioned office, and I'd make up the trains. The funniest thing that happened, I did that for a year or two in the summer times, and the pay was much better than, I don't know how much I would get, $2 or $3 an hour or something like that. So I did that for a couple of summers, and I got fast at it. So I'd bring books to read. So when I started out, it took me all of a shift, and if I had to work 2 hours extra, I didn't care. I would get my trains done. So, but by the halfway of the first summer, I could do it in 4 hours, and I'd read. I'd talk to Joan on the phone. That sort of thing. And then, through a friend of my dad's, got me a steelworker's card, which is gold. And I went to working at American Can, stacking cans for 2 years, 2 summers. And we worked 7 days a week, time and a half on Saturday, double time on Sunday, got paid for 8, worked 7 with a half-hour lunch and 2 15-minute breaks. And different jobs I did, at that time, you had big forks, and you'd take cans from a line and put them on a pallet. So it was really something a robot would do now. And then later they had a lid machine, and I did that for a couple of weeks, where you take lids out of a box and make sure they get on the can. And so then there was a couple other college guys, Chuck Murky and I forget who, we got to be car loaders, okay? Pay was the same, but we could work together. And they were college kids, and we'd have more fun. And you had to lift these boxes of cans and tin across from the dock over onto the train. And it was backbreaking work. So I remember I'd seen a sawhorse and some 2x4s. So I went and got the sawhorse and the 2x4s, and I made a slide into the train. And man, we'd load that car in half a shift, and I brought a deck of cards, and we go in the back of the car and playing cards. Then the union steward came over, representing the union, took a sledgehammer, broke my sawhorse and the boards, says, that's not the way we do things. You're going to work us out of a job. So anyway, I got $790 a month with those hours, and I went to work as a lawyer for $500 a month out of Stanford. So that was a good job. And I had plenty of money. I'd worked 2 months in the summer. I got my scholarship, but my mother would never let me get a car. I should have been more assertive. I didn't get a car till I got out of college, and that's as much my fault. I should have just gone and done it, which is what I finally did. She didn't even want me to get one. Then I bought I bought my first car, 52 Cadillac convertible that a fraternity brother of mine had. It was 3 years old and it was sharp. So those were the jobs that I did during college. Then in law school, you could get jobs. One summer, I worked with Earl Warren's son, Judge Earl Warren, and he and I were the same age. And at that time, the state bar would put out a legislative issue, and you would read the important legislation, not every code, and you'd do a summary of it, and it would go out in book form at the end of the summer. And so that was kind of interesting. It was the forerunner of continuing education of the bar. Felix Stumpf ran it. He's the one that started it. The very first CEB book was a tort book, the yellow jacketed tort book. Before that, we had no handbook on tort. When I went to law school, we had Prosser, which was more scholarly as opposed to practical. But other than that, we didn't have that. And so I did that, and I forget. And I think I worked one more summer at the can company because the pay was so good. So anyway, I'm in college, and it's nearing the end of my junior year, and my friend Berdowski says, why don't you come and take the bar exam with me? This is before you kids prepare for these sort of things. I'm not doing anything this afternoon. Yeah.
Like the LSAT?
Yeah, the LSAT, not the bar, the LSAT. Yeah, the law school admissions test. So I went over with Bill, and I got a super high score on it. So then I heard there was a deal that Stanford would take 10 students in their experiment after their junior year of college. Because college, and I'll tell about that, was pretty much a waste of time, okay? So I took that test, and I was one of the 10, and I got I also got admitted to Harvard later, but this was a full scholarship, $1,000 a semester. The tuition at Stanford was $250 a quarter. So, and we got a room, but not board, at Cowell Hospital, and I was put in with my friend Neil Kramer, and we became lifelong friends. I was in his wedding and that sort of thing. So I got out of college after 3 years. And when I said college, I had one great professor, okay, Professor Tenbrook. He was a legal scholar, lawyer, and blind. And you had to sit in the same seat, and he only accepted like 25. So it's the only thing I got up early to do, get in his class. And I just took every class he taught. I had 90 units of college, and of that, there would be 12 units from Tenbrook. I took every 3, 3, 3, and 3. And his method of teaching was, in the first year that I took him, the first semester was the 14th Amendment only. The 14th Amendment, is regards to everybody is equal, and you cannot discriminate on the basis of color at that time or by race. Didn't say about women at that time. So 14th Amendment, and it was all taught as case law, case books. And he did a phenomenal job. By the second day, he could call everybody by name, even though he was blind, and knew where they were sitting and would do that. He roofed his house one summer, which was kind of dumb. But anyway, he was a great guy. And so I took all of his courses. Second semester was the First Amendment, the Free Speech Clause. The second year was the United Nations Charter and what it means, clause by clause. And it was just excellent. He taught it just as though he were a grand professor at a law school. Why he chose to teach undergraduate, I don't know. He was just brilliant. Anyway, I saw they had a debate team, and I was on a debate team in high school. And so I found out about that, and he was the supposed chairman of that. He wanted nothing to do with it, didn't care what you did, never, ever showed up. So you guys go do what you want. Somehow we found out the topic, and so I got picked to arrange for the money. So we would go to basically the purser at University of California at the administrative building, and I'd say, well, we were going, for example, to Portland, to debates in Portland. I need a car, okay, and they give me a requisition, so a brand new Ford sedan. How many of them you need? Well, we better have two, because I had no car, so I was fine. And, well, you need money? Yeah. We're staying in hotels? Yeah. Okay. They gave me several $100s to pay for everybody. And meals? Yeah. Well, you got that covered. And if you need more, you come back after you're here. Okay. If you've spent more, and we'll pay for that. That easy. And I guess Tenbrook called ahead and okayed that we were the team I was who I said I was. And so we'd go get the car and take off and go to these debates. Went to one at McMinnville College where the girls were required to wear skirts that covered their ankles and were not allowed makeup. It was a Christian school. And so the girls at Cal were a little more, not as much as UCLA, but anyway. So we had debates there. We never did much good because most of the teams had a teacher and somebody. In fact, we were supposed to have authorities. Well, we're on our way to one. I think it was about the Electoral College. We didn't have any authorities, but we were supposed to have 3x5 cards. I had an affirmative case and a negative case, and we went to somewhere in New Mexico. I forget the name of the way deep in New Mexico, to another tournament. I said, well, we better go a day or two early because I haven't seen Mexico. So above Nogales. So we go a day or two early. We go to Nogales and come back and stay. And I got a suite with a room there. And so did that. And then on the way back, I'd never been to Las Vegas. I says, let's stop in Las Vegas. And we get another room with a suite and a bar. And all paid for by the university. They could spend money on worse ways. Anyway, so we did all that, and it was just, a lot of fun. Never won anything. So did that in college. And then in law school, as you know, after the first year, they select law review. And I didn't even know what law review was, okay? So I never heard of law review till I went to the law school. And so each year they'd take the top 10. And so I got on the law review, which surprised me. And we had fabulous professors, just the first year particularly. They got standing. Our professor of contracts, Harold Shepard, got a 10-minute standing ovation. He was just brilliant. And George Osborne, who taught personal property and equity and what little of intellectual property was taught at that time, was a World War I fighter pilot. And he was a cripple because his legs were shot out from under him in the World War I. And he, again, was brilliant. And the first day of law school, and none of us, he put up an assignment. We already had an assignment on the board that we had to fulfill before day one. I forget what it was, something on personal property. But he calls on a classmate, the first minute of class of mine, Jim Frost. Jim Frost was like 38 years old, a colonel, retired, done his 20. And he said, what's the difference between a right and a power? And Jim had read some of these cases, and he didn't mumble or anything, but he said, way off. He says, well, I really can't hear you. Stand on your chair. That's a colonel. full colonel. So he gets up on his chair, you know, quizzes him some more. Wrong answers. Nobody knows the right answer of us sitting in class. I didn't for sure. Stand on your desk. Stands on his desk. Gets to the end of the class, and he takes, I don't have a pencil here, he said, this is a right, something written on a piece of paper. This is a power. A gun is a power. This is just a piece of paper. Then you can go get something. And he spent the whole developing that, and it's a lesson I never forgot. You can get a great judgment. I got a judgment, again, I won't say his name, of $5 million against a lawyer accountant here in town. Never could collect it. He hid the money and overseas. And so that's a right, but it's not a power. Anyway, so also in law school, there was this wonderful attorney, Jack Miller, who was one of the great trial lawyers of the era, okay? And you remember I mentioned Clarence Darrow, okay? And I mentioned Earl Rogers. Earl Rogers may be, to my thinking, the best of all time. The other one of just about equal fame, and particularly by the time I'm in law school, is Jake Ehrlich. And Jake's about, at that time, say 60s, okay? And he had done 100 murder cases, private, not public, and he wore cowboy boots and a tailored blue suit, perfect white shirt, perfect tie, and perfectly groomed at all time. Jake Ehrlich, again, one of the greats. You can read about him in the book Never Plead Guilty. Not only was he a great trial lawyer, but a scholar, and I did see him lecture at Stanford during law school on trial tactics. Other great lawyers, to any of you that want to read about them, the best of the best was Earl Rogers. A little earlier era, terrific from maybe 1910 through early 1930s, maybe 1900 through 1930s. He was the character that Earl Stanley Gardner took on to create Perry Mason following his trials. Rogers probably handled almost 100 murder cases with over 90 acquittals. Phenomenal. There are two great books written on him, one by the reporters who followed his trials, and then the other by his daughter, Adela Rogers St. John. Most famously, he defended the great Clarence Darrow in the McNamara jury bribery case. All of them are worth reading about. They were lawyers in the great era. So Jack Miller from Stockton, who had the best trial practice in Stockton, was unhappy with he was single, the social scene and all that, moved to San Francisco and was friends somehow with Ehrlich and went in his office. And then Jack hired me while I'm in law school to do trial prep. And it was just great experience, to do that, digest depositions, knowing what the case is about. One of them I did on a railroad case that was very interesting. And so I did that job during the year. And then law review took about 30 hours a week at least at that time. And the first assignment we got on law review was to compare two sets of cases in India on the Indian Interstate Commerce Clause. The stupidest thing that anybody ever did, because who cares, but a professor wanted to write about that in some arcane article. So we spent the first 2 days figuring out that in India, you have two different court reporters, each has a version of his own case, where in the United States, it's only one. So anyway, we did that, and I wound up writing a fairly prominent article on eminent domain, which really helped me because that's what I did a lot of after I came to town. So that's what I did in law school, and then Joan and I got married in my last year of law school. These were great times. There was probably a dance twice a month in high school. We always had live music and hardwood floors, and people danced together. In the afternoons after school, Albert Ferrari and I and all of our bunch of buddies would meet at the park on Pacific and Alpine and choose up, play football, choose up, play baseball, all these things way before Little League and organized kids sports. We had 8, 10 guys, sometimes 12, and it was a whole lot of fun. Also during that era, my mom was good enough to drive Albert and I during the snow season on Sundays to Dodge Ridge, where they had one chairlift and a few rope tows, and she'd sit there all day, and Albert and I would ski, and she'd bring us back. Those were just great times, a great era. Joan and I would go see great movies. A lot of them would be designated film noir now, if anybody wants to look at them. And also, it was the great era of drive-in movies, and we went there probably at least every other weekend. The only problem was Joan's parents were strict, and they wanted her home in the middle of the day, 2 a.m. We got a nice little apartment in Mountain View for $90 a month.
Did you have a big wedding or what?
Yeah, we had a big, nice wedding, and must have been a couple of hundred people, and relatives, and yeah, so it was very nice wedding. And then my mother gave us a honeymoon to Hawaii, and some El Cheapo airline. Then we got to the Oakland airport. Where's the airplane? Oh, over in that field over there. And we walked on, but we got there and got back. And we had a car for one day because that was all we could, Fiat Jolly with wicker seats. So that was fun. Okay, so anyway, then come back to Stockton, and I wanted to be a trial lawyer, which is what my dad did. And because you're on law review, you get offers from big major firms where for 5 or 6 years you're carrying somebody else's briefcase and doing research. And I interviewed with some, and they didn't like me and I didn't like them. Not what I wanted to do, not a matter of personal dislike. And Jack, I wanted to go with Jack, but Jack only had the space in Ehrlich's office, who was super famous again, and no room for me. Later on, he called and invited me to come down and be a partner. But anyway, so that was that. So before we get to more of where we left off when I started to practice law, every family has a few people that are, somewhat famous and somewhat memorable. And my dear Aunt Bess, who was the sister of my grandmother, born in Brush Creek, Missouri, was a fabulous person. She's the one that had her baby in a sheep wagon and was settled out on the Wyoming plains, 33 miles from the nearest town on the Powder River, which was where the Hole in the Wall gang was. And she had Joe, who was a terrific horseman and operated the ranch when Aunt Bess gets older. But when Aunt Bess kept her house and when we'd visit, it was still gas lighted. She would not change over to electricity. So that was interesting. And then her daughter, Bitsy, that I was very close to, came out here. Bitsy was a model at I. Magnan's, very beautiful, very sweet horsewoman, PhD in psychology. The other one that I never met was John Farley. And John Farley lived in Kansas. And John Farley would be my grandmother Ella's brother. and he made a great success in the oil strikes that occurred back in the 1910s and 1920s and 30s, and was very famous in the region near Kansas City, Mo. And Jack Farley died in a tragic automobile accident. And on the same day, some of you, this is old history, but King Edward was to renounce the throne. It was a big to-do in England, and Wallis Simpson, he was going to marry her, a commoner, and eventually they did dethrone him and arrested him and had him under house arrest in Bermuda during the war, who was to be the King of England. The breakup of that couple was small type below the type Jack Farley in auto accident. My cousin that I never met. I've got a funny, I've got the newspaper article, and it was like a presidential election when this happened to him in that area. For you history buffs, the abdication of King Edward VIII was the greatest scandal of the 20th century. And here, even Jack Farley's dog's obituary got a bigger print. The other one, and Sarah is going to MIT now. Sarah is the triplets, daughters of Elizabeth, and one of the daughters, Sarah, Jenny, and Jack. And at MIT, their most prominent architect was my dad's cousin, Gordon Bunshoft, who built the American Embassy in Paris, the Hilton in Istanbul, the Lever House in New York, the largest architectural firm still today in the United States is the Skidmore firm in New York. And he became the CEO and designer of numerous projects, public library in St. Louis and that sort of thing, and was very close to MIT where Sarah's going to school now. So those were the people at a little fame, of a little fame. Anyway, I got out of law school and I really wanted to do trial work. Wouldn't have been allowed to do it in a big firm. And friends of my dad and my mother, Tony Chargan and John Briscoe, and particularly Briscoe, a good friend of my mother, had the public defender contract in Stockton, San Joaquin County, which meant they had to handle all of the felonies in San Joaquin County for $50,000 a year. And that bureaucracy now is about $30 million a year, but we did it for $50,000 in 1960. So, and did it, I think, just as well. But in any event, so he said, if you come with me, I guarantee you will be in court every day. And that's what I wanted to do, because that's the only way you can really learn trial work. And so a lot of what we did was arraignments in criminal cases, preliminary hearings where you cross-examine the witnesses for the prosecution to determine if there's sufficient evidence to hold somebody over for trial. That's the scintilla of evidence standard. And so, because the other people at that law office, Tony Chargan, who had the contract, would do none of them. He was doing big money cases. John Briscoe, the same. And Tony Chargan's brother, Bob, he didn't want to do more than about a quarter day now and then. So I did the whole county, Stockton, Lodi, Tracy, and Manteca. And I'd pull up in front of the courthouse, and in that era, they would introduce me to the defendant, and they give me 5 minutes to talk to him and a copy of the police report, and then you cross-examine. And so that's the best way to learn, and I got to do that every day for 3 years. The best one, fun to me, or fun looking back on it, I'd just taken the bar exam, and I was assigned to prepare an armed robbery case, People versus Spurgeon. 211 armed with a weapon, carries 5 5 to life, okay? Big case, so I'm preparing it for trial. He's pled not guilty. I'm not allowed to appear in court yet. So I go and I get sworn in. I've prepared the case for Bob Chargan to try on January 11th or 12th, and we're sworn in on the 10th. So now I are one, I are a lawyer. So we go, Bob and I, to the trial, and he says, excuse me, I've got another matter downstairs. You wait and the judge will come, okay? The judge gets on the bench, DA is there. Judge says, proceed. I says, well, Your Honor, Mr. Chargan is his case. He's downstairs, he'll be here in a minute. He says, this court is very busy, you will proceed. Very handsome, prestigious, imperious, 6'3" judge with the steel gray hair. I knew who he was, but I didn't know him. He was a friend of my dad's. So we go, and they're calling the jury into the box. And they get the jury, 12 people in the box. And at that point, the attorneys question the jurors, called voir dire. And so I'm supposed to question the jurors. Well, at Stanford, we only learned scholarly things. We didn't learn anything about trial work. Zero. We've never seen a jury, never been in a courtroom, nothing. The only time I was in a courtroom was with my dad as a 9-year-old witness. So we do that, and this judge says, proceed. Question the juror, Mr. Freeman. I said, Mr. Chargan, he'll be here right away. He says, I didn't say that, young man. Proceed. And the district attorney, who's a friend, an older guy, retired captain of the Navy, he says, you have to draw the jury box. I said, I didn't take drawing in school. What do you mean? And he goes to me like this. He says, draw 12 squares like that, and then you write their names down in the squares, and if you want to make a note, you make a note. It's much more complicated than that today, but that was then. So I did that, and I don't know how to voir dire a jury. What's your name? Where are you from? Can't ask them whether they're Democrat or Republican. And I just fumbled my way through asking, do you ever go to the Safeway? Where do you shop? You know, anything like that to buy time. I just knew buy time, buy time. So noon comes, Chargan never shows up. I run back to the office, 26 South San Joaquin, block away. I really run. And I come in, the office is vacant. I go office to office to office, they're vacant. And I hear noise in Tony's office, which was Tony Chargan, the most prestigious office in our offices. And I hear noise, and I know Mr. Chargan. I knock on the door, and they come in. They're all in there, and they're laughing and giggling. And I said, where's Bob? Did he have a heart attack? And I'm making, what's that? He says, that's your case, you try it. So I'm one day out of law school, out of passing the bar, or being a member of the bar, and I got to continue with the case, cross-examine. He says, you prepared it, you try it. And so that was my baptism of fire. Later on, I learned Tony was in on it, Briscoe was in on it, Judge Sullivan, who was my dad's friend, was in on it. Guess they knew this kid was dead bang guilty, and Earl Rogers couldn't have gotten him off. So anyway, it was about a 3.5-day jury trial, and I finished it, made my first arguments, my first cross-examinations, ever. And I don't know what the kid thought, but anyway, did what we could on it. But that was, and after that, it made things so easy. And then I'd just travel a circuit, and sometimes we'd try them. I tried a case, a dual haul, where my client allegedly beat up a guard with a baseball bat during a baseball game. And again, we don't have much, no experts, not a lot to think of other than what you can think of. So I said to the jury, I says, the problem is the prosecution failed to prove motive here. everybody here had a motive. Why pick on him? And I won. So anyway, I got great experience in doing all of that. And then did that for about 3 years, and then opened my own practice with, again, the friendship of Don Bosco with my dad. And Don said, look, come over here. I don't want any more partners. He says, but I'll make sure you get all the business you need. And Don was a very prosperous lawyer at that time. So he would refer me cases. This is the picture of the building where Bob Rishwain, my longtime partner and friend, began practice in 1965. Bob and I built this along with Don Bosco as our first real estate project, and it was the first building built in the corner on the east north corner, 45 North Hunter, in the redevelopment area. Right across the street from the courthouse, and it was elegant at the time. A few years ago, when they built the new courthouse, they needed the land, sold the building to the county, and they tore it down, and it's now part of the courthouse area. Bob and I had a great time practicing law together for over 25 years, and have done many real estate projects and are still real estate partners, have been for 55 years or more, and neither of us can find our original agreement. Everything's done on a handshake. That's pretty good to have that kind of partner. He's a good friend, play golf together, played a lot of racquetball together, and has a wonderful family, 3 boys, Mark, Scott, and David, and a wonderful wife, Karen. Bob had a great family. Actually, I was friends with his dad, who was friends of my dad, before I met Bob. But in that family, special was his uncle, Eddie Rishwain. Eddie Rishwain was one of the great witnesses that ever was. We tried 3 jury trials with Eddie testifying in each, and won every one of them, primarily due to Eddie's charm. The juries loved him, particularly the ladies, period. And then John Briscoe, because he liked me, I guess, and my mom and my dad would send me cases. So I had plenty to do, and which was good. I was afraid of starving. My total capital was $1,500. Joan and I bought a flat top in Lincoln Village on 2000-something Rutledge. Nice neighborhood, 10,000-foot lot. And this was before the bureaucrats who do building permits. I was the second owner, Joan and I were, $7,900, 2-bedroom Lincoln Village. We bought the next house for $19,000 over in a better area yet on Greeley Way, which you would remember, Elizabeth would remember, for $19,000, 3-bedroom, beautiful grounds and garage. So things were better then. But anyway, went to work for Chargan for $500 a month. Joan and I made a house payment was like $70. I bought a Buick, 59 Buick convertible, top of the line, 3 years old for like $1,800, and my car payment's like $30 or $40. And Joan and I'd go out to nice restaurants. So $500 a month was plenty. And then the thing I do remember, the only year I remember of private practice, my first year in practice, I was making $700 a month, I guess, when I left Tony, maybe $8,000 a year. I made $64,000 net my first year in practice, and that was like a dream. I couldn't believe it making any more. John Briscoe sent me a fabulous case. It's kind of funny. And the names could be in a Broadway play, Fenstermacher and Morrison. Fenstermacher and Morrison were con men. But one of their cons was they had a trick to open up telephone boxes and take all the money out. That's in the era of pay phones. You'd go put coins in a phone in order to make a phone call. So they get smoking marijuana, and they, instead of just doing one over here and one over there, they just went straight down Wilson Way, hitting every box, and they got caught, okay? And their car was kind of low in the back because they had so many quarters on it. So they come in, and my retainer on it is $5,000. A lot of money then, but it's a long, hard case. I got to try to suppress the evidence based on an improper search and all of those things. No problem. We got it in the car. Okay? And they come back and they pay me in $20 bills. Now I give them, at that time, Carol Hass is my secretary. And I think she probably worked for $200 a month or something. All we can do, and we had my rent was $100 a month in the Bank of America. So give it to Carol. Carol puts it in the bank. Fine. Now I got money in the bank. I can live for a couple of months, you know. And comes the preliminary hearing. My clients are on bail. They don't show. Well, when you don't show, you get a bench warrant, and they're arrested wherever they are. Continue the prelim, don't show, I keep going. Finally, one of them calls me, and I said, you guys are in real trouble. You can't do this. I got a pretty good motion for suppression. I can win your case, maybe, but don't run away. Well, we're in jail. Why are you in jail? And where? Las Vegas. What are you in jail for? Counterfeiting $20 bills. They must have been very good, though, because Union Safe Bank, where we did business, never complained. So that was, and I wanted to make the play, Fenstermacher and Morrison on that. So then I went over with Don Bosco, and at that time, redevelopment was passed in Stockton, where very unwisely and very unfair to the owners, they just blocked out 9 blocks of downtown, okay? Everything from El Dorado, everything from Hunter Street to the west on a 9 blocks. Don Bosco had been the most prominent attorney fighting redevelopment, spoke at the city council, so all the clients came to Don. Don had never tried an eminent domain case. He was a trial lawyer, but he'd never tried one. I had fortunately written the lead article, and I also wrote the chapter in the CEB book for evidence in eminent domain cases. So Don says, you want these cases? I'll give them to you. Give me a referral. And I gave him half. And I took them all on contingency, and I took them on the basis they were offered $40,000. I'll just take half of what we get over that. Anything I get, okay, over that I get half of. If I don't, you keep all the money, okay? So everybody wanted to do that, and I wanted to try cases. Don had a friend, Don's brother, Anthony, was an MD, and he was the doctor for the governor of California at that time, Pat Brown. I think it was Pat, or anyway. So he had an appraiser who was the best appraiser from the witness stand that ever existed. Name was Barney White. And he was an engineer along with an appraiser. He was a periodic drunk, but I had to put him on the stand when he was sober. But when he was on, he was fantastic. So the first case that we try, and I'd never tried one, I wrote the article, he says, you're gonna come with me as we prepare. I'm gonna show you everything an appraiser does so you'll know how to cross-examine an appraiser. Did you do this or did you forget to do this, type of thing. So we did that, and the first case was the Mariani, you know, the Mariani sisters, Paul Mariani, okay, that has the, what's? Fina. Okay, okay, that's the granddaughters of Jusue Mariani, who owned the store. The first one we tried over there was a big men's selling laborers' clothes and sleeping bags and things like that. And they offered him 40,000, and we appraised it, or Barney appraised it at 149. Me at the time, I was 26 or 27 years old. So anyway, that we tried that and went on to try not all of them, but a great number of them in that area. And we won every one, okay? Always got more than the offer, except on one case, and that was a case I tried against Dick Rader, and I hired him. So, but it was a bad case, and that one we broke even on. But so we did that. And then I tried a theater case, which was a lot of fun, and against the then hotshot best attorney in town, a guy named Dick Daly, and he just treated me like I was a nothing. So anyway, because I was 28 years old and he's like 50, and he was a good guy actually, but a good lawyer. So Dick, but he just kind of thought I wasn't doing anything or getting ready. So I hire a guy named Rada Harvey, who's a theater builder, to do my appraiser. And there are technical names for every part of a theater. The arch is called the proscenium arch, etc. So when I get the other guy on cross-examination, who's the opposing witness, I said, well, how did you measure the value of the proscenium arch? He said, what's a proscenium arch? I said, no further questions. So, and then when Barney is on the stand, I have him deliberately give a bunch of engineering calcs. Immediately objection by the attorney, you have not qualified him as an engineer, he's an appraiser. And in that situation, the court says, or either I said, you can voir dire the expert to determine whether he meets qualification standards. So Daly swaggers up to him, are you an engineer? And we had this set up. Barney fumbles with his wallet for about 3 or 4 minutes. Oh, yes, here's my registered engineering card. Blew him away. So we had so much fun, trying cases. Then while we're on cases, I could go forever, but just do a couple more, huh? Yeah. Okay. Then Bob Richwain and I, about 1964 or something like that, went into partnership, and we built the building, the brick building you remember at the corner of Hunter and Weber. And it was right across from the courthouse, real easy to work court cases, keep the witnesses at our office. So Bob had a friend who was the radio announcer on K-Joy, who about every 30 minutes would say, and as I'm sitting here, it's right across the street, I'm seeing here it's 11 o'clock at night and Freeman and Richmond are still in there working. And he'd keep giving us plugs. So that helped. And then the other thing is this is one of the few cases that you get in criminal law where there's factual innocence as opposed to the prosecution does not prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. I get this police report, which is like this. Baroda's brother, okay, is the announcer. Baroda in Los Angeles just got out of law school but wants to be a businessman. He buys a company called Detronics, which makes the nuclear warhead that explodes a nuclear bomb, the switch, okay? Doesn't know much about that. He's a businessman, okay? So shortly after he's there, this big manufacturing facility catches on fire, and burning up in the fire, very expensive equipment, okay? Very, very expensive equipment. And the microscopes that were $10,000, $12,000 a piece at that time. So Baroda naturally files an insurance claim, and he has the bookkeeper secretary fill out the inventory because they had an inventory of all of their equipment, all their woodworking equipment and everything. So they did all these microscopes and everything, and he files the claim. And there's a claim on microscopes that had previously been sold at a technology auction in Oregon, in Portland. So it's a false claim. So the insurance investigator goes to the district attorney and has the district attorney indict for insurance fraud. That's when I get the case, okay? And because the brother says, get Max to go defend it. So I moved my car down to LA and everything to defend this case. And he says, I didn't do it, I didn't do it. I said, even the FBI says you were stolen, and all these things. So, and I come to believe that he really didn't do it, and we got to figure out what happened. So here's what happened. The plant manager engineer was being blackmailed. He stole the microscopes and sold them in Portland and left them on the books. They weren't detracted from the books. The lady who was doing the insurance claim personally didn't like my client. And so she added things into the insurance claim that weren't there and told the insurance investigator that my client, Baroda, had told her to inflate the claim. So those two witnesses are against me. Of course, the guy that stole the microscopes denied that and says, no, this was just a false claim, okay? I hired the investigator who investigated the Marilyn Monroe death in Los Angeles to stake out his garage because we believed that he had microscopes still hidden in the garage. That never came. We couldn't afford to do too long a stakeout, and we never did establish that. Then the FBI guy testifies against me. Baroda did sell a microscope, but it was not one that he made a claim on. He took that off the claim. Everybody uses this service, this auction down there. I sold an old one down there. The FBI testified that he sold one as on the claim. On cross-examination of the FBI agent, he realizes he transposed a number. So now I'm into the fourth or fifth day of a preliminary hearing. Most preliminary hearings, half a day would be a lot, okay? A lot of them we do in an hour. You're just not a defense, okay? So we're in the fourth or fifth day, and I'm going out to lunch, and the DA comes over to me and says, can we have lunch together? And he says, what do you say if I dismiss this case? And I talked to my client. But I mean, this is a case where somebody can get accused and be dead bang innocent. Now, we've won others, prove that there's, on the defense side, that they haven't proven their case, the prosecution, beyond a reasonable doubt. But that was one that, and after that, he took tools, which you'll see in my office, that are used to make the warheads, had them gold-plated, and made a big display, thanks Max. And that, I don't know if you've ever seen that in the office. But anyway, yeah, and that's from that case. Anyway, I thought that was the nicest thing that he could do. Anyway, along the way, I buy a lot downtown where Alex Spanos wants to build a office. He built the park office is about 600, about Park in El Dorado, okay? So, and he says, you want a joint venture with me? Well, I didn't have enough money to go one-on-one with him. I said, no, I'll just sell you the lot. And then he built his first apartment, Alex Spanos did, on Benjamin Holt. And on the east of Pacific Avenue, about 2 blocks, 112 units. And he wanted to sell it. And we were still talking to each other. I said, I'd like to buy it. I didn't have any money, but I'd like to buy it. So he wanted it's 112 units. He wanted $1,200,000. Well, Bob and I didn't have any of that. So we got a loan of $1 million, and we got Alex to carry $200,000 And we bought it, and he just wanted to establish a market value and a first sale. Along comes winter, and it floods. So I call Alex and I say, hey, you got to make this good. He says, you bought it, it's your problem. I mean, that's kind of, I said, no, you build it and you're going to pay for it. So I filed a lawsuit against him, and I hired Albert Sanguinetti, the engineer, my friend, and sure enough, he did not meet specs. He put in a short foundation that was not above the water level and that sort of thing, and win. Alex is represented by his brother. And so we get paid for all the fix and lost rent and all that kind of stuff. And about a week later, Alex calls me. I figure he's mad at me by now. He says, can I meet with you? I said, sure, come on down. And he comes in, he says, would you be my lawyer? I said, absolutely. I always liked him, you know, he was a great guy. And so to this day, Michael now, we represented the Spanises, and so that was really good. And because of that, then I started playing golf with him. Alex, by the way, Alex's career started in selling food to the camps, to the Mexicans who are here on green cards and other goods and services, and made enough money that he retired to become a professional golfer. And Alex played in England at the, I forget the name of the big tournament in England as a competitor, British amateur, played in the British Am. And then by the time we played, he was like a 10 handicap, but a good, very good player, very good athlete. And because of him, and then I met Harry Oranges, who's Sandy, why don't you come over here by me? Anyway, Harry Oranges was in the bearing business, and he was doing about $3 million a year at that time. And when he hired me, he wanted to build the company by acquisition, and he, in about 10 years, built it to $300 million, and then sold out to a French company called Leroy Samero that's in the international bearing business. So, but during that time, Harry was like Sky Masterson and Guys and Dolls. You know, he won a golf tournament over here, walks in and says, everybody to unlock Sam's on me, okay? When Sandy and I first started going out, he's down in Las Vegas. Come on down, stay at the hotel with me. It's all comped and this and that. Walk in the afternoon, and Harry's shooting dice for a lot of money, and a gal, goofy-looking gal, looked like she was out of Brush Creek, Missouri, with a hat on with a feather on it, gets the dice, and I've never seen anybody get a roll like this, and I've been around it a lot. Harry won $100,000 in her roll. Tipped her $1,000, tipped the dealers $1,000, invited the girl with the funny hat to dinner with us. And that was a fish out of water circumstance. Then, so anyway, that's kind of the guy that Harry was. He was devil may care, always did everything to the hilt. A big bet on the football games, terrific golfer, sportsman, just a fun guy. And because of Alex, then I met Harry. And then I started doing a lot of Fritz Groupie's work because of Harry too. So that moved me more over to doing less litigation and more contractual work and acquisition work. And then Alex, at that time, wanted to buy a baseball team, the Oakland team, that had just won the World Series. And so I got to work with Al Davis, who was trying to put it together, and did a lot of the analysis and thought it was a bad deal. Now, it probably was a good deal in terms of owning any kind of franchise, but they were losing money. They were leaking oil, okay, bad. And then Alex got the chance to buy the San Diego Chargers, and I got to do the acquisition of the Chargers, okay? And Chargers at that time were primarily owned by Baron Hilton and Gene Klein. And Gene was a movie producer and a horseman. So after we signed all the papers and back and forth, it took a day, almost of a day, we're going down the elevator with Gene Klein. And he just won a Kentucky Derby with one of his horses. And I don't know how it came up, but Alex asked him, "Aren't you going to miss the football team?" And he says, "No." He says, "The horses don't have agents." So anyway, I got to do a lot of that. That was fun. And let's see what else.
Didn't you have a horse for a while?
Oh, yeah. So then another guy who testified in farmland cases for me, I tried some farmland eminent domain cases, was Grant Whitmer, who was just a wonderful guy. He'd been a star football player in Kansas, and so he was sturdy, but he was a horseman and been into horses all his life, and I always thought it'd be kind of neat to get a horse, and I knew my mother would like it too. So I bought a horse, I can't remember the name of it, and he came in a couple of times, but I was never there, but my mother got to see him win and go down where they gave the roses and that sort of thing. And then he went out to pasture. Then we bought another horse, and the horse, by all rights, should have done good, according to Grant, good breeding, long legs, whatever they look at on the horse, right ears. So anyway, the horse was not winning. So Grant is really mad at the trainer, about to fire the trainer. But Grant's sick, so Sandy and I go to the races, and I go down to talk to the trainer. I want to know where to bet on the horse. And the trainer says to me, if he don't die, he wins. And I thought, well, so I bet on him, and my friends bet on him. Horse is winning the race and comes down to the last furlong and drops dead. And I didn't realize he'd shot him. He must have injected him because Grant said he was going to fire him. And that was horrible. And I called Grant, and I said, I want an autopsy. And he said, forget it, type of thing. But that was, we had the horse on that. Then we all went back to skiing. Elizabeth and I had a wonderful ski trip to France with Albert and Dave and Geraldine and I don't know, Peter Solomon maybe, that went. And we skied Switzerland, and we skied at Mont Blanc, which was terrific. And Elizabeth and I climbed up. We skied from the top of Mont Blanc, which is 15,200 feet. And I don't breathe very well anyway. And the run was 10,000 feet of vertical. Okay, squaws maybe 2,900 feet of vertical. Okay, so it's 10,000 feet of vertical. And we took most of the day to get down to have lunch at a nice little place down there. And then we went to Paris, and Elizabeth wanted to go dancing, made me stay upstairs. That's the truth. Told me to go upstairs, so I had to go upstairs on that.
How old were you then?
17.
1970 about. Unfortunately, Joan and I divorced and married Joanne, and we had Mindy and Alicia, who's here, and Alicia's kids, we're going to have photos of them and photos that will integrate into this, and Elizabeth's children, and a picture of Aiden, Mindy's son. And so we'll have those in there. And then we've skied all over. We've skied in Aspen. And I got to tell Alicia's ski story in Aspen. We're skiing with Dean Spanis, and Ron Duggar. And so we got to rent equipment for Alicia. And the night before I go in, she tried on boots. No, they're too small, too small, too small, too small. Finally, we get boots for Alicia. We go out, and she's a good skier. And we go out skiing the next day, and she comes out of her boots, not just the skis. But I guess they were.
Wasn't that the slalom? I don't think I was just skiing. I think I was doing the slalom. And
Well,
then
you
it-
came out, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you were doing it.
I wanted comfortable boots. They were.
We're doing the NASTAR. Yeah, we're doing the NASTARs, yeah.
And then I wore them on the wrong feet.
Oh, that's, that helps too. I didn't remember that part. And so, but so then we skied Lake Tahoe. My dad sold the first cabin we had and got a little bigger one, again for $3,000. And we're up there when my dad died. But before that, we would, go to Tahoe every summer and do that.
What year did you buy the place you have now?
Oh, let's see. Bob and I, in about 1965, bought the little condo on the lagoon, and then we sold that. It's right across from where we park our boat now. And you know where it is. And then this was one on the water, and we were the second owners, and we bought that probably 87. I mean, 67. Yeah, about 67. Those things were bargains. They were selling on the water, the first condo, with a boat slip, 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, carpeted, totally done, $35,000. I mean, nothing, relatively. And we sold that and, got the one over where we're at now on the lake. But, I mean, everything was not as crowded then either. Oh, and the first at Tahoe, when my parents had the place, they go to the casinos, and there was a movie at Bijou, which is 2 miles this side of the line. Right where the Bijou Center is now is a different building. Only silent movies. They didn't do talkies and that. So my friend Buddy Adams and I would go to that movie. Buddy Adams' mother, Edna, was my mother's roommate in nursing school. And it's 1932. And they were so poor, both of them. They had nothing. They had one cocktail dress between them and one pair of high heels between them. Other than that, they had uniforms. I mean, just nothing. And that was kind of another thing. Then she marries my dad, and everything is fabulous, okay? And then my dad dies, and we go back to poverty. And so when I started making money, I told you that first year or second year, I figured, well, she loved to travel. And so Europe particularly, go to Europe. So I bought her a trip from Ernie Segali's, best hotels, the best first class airport, best of everything. And I thought she would want to return to what she had. And so she goes, she comes back. There's 3 weeks. She's at the Plaza Athénée in Paris, and the Cano in London. I mean, the best of everything. So I'm playing racquetball with Ernie Segali every day. He was a terrific athlete. And Ernie says to me about 3 months after my mom got back, he says, I don't know if I should tell you this. I said, tell me what? That kind of was a strange lead. He says, your mother cashed that trip in. I said, did she go? Oh, yeah, she went and stayed in flop houses, and put the money in the bank. And all the time, I thought, in fact, the only fancy clothes, 2 things I remember of her dresses, this beautiful blue suit at the Wonder, which is, my dad says, let's go over here, got to get some. I don't want to. So he finally put her in this beautiful blue suit, shoes, everything that goes with, and bought it, She wore it a few times, and she did have one nice, you remember the big square shoulder pads? A beautiful dress that she'd sometimes wear at the lake. Because at that era, when we go to the casinos, my dad wore a suit, and his friends wore at least a sport coat, shirt, and tie. And the women were dressed, sometimes in long dresses. I never saw that, but my mother recalled when she was dating my dad that sometimes they'd go to Cal Neva, and she was supposed to wear a long dress on that. And now it's, none of that. It's hardly that, but it was all that way. And so it was the same with clothes. I'd try to get her. But she loved travel, and she went 6 months to Europe. She was hired by a archaeological company that was digging into Roman London, and she was hired to determine the diet. Well, the Romans, even in the time of Caesar, in their buildings below the atriums, they had sewers. The Romans were the first to have sewers. Everything went down the sewer. So they dug down the sewer, and my mother's job was to take whatever remnants of food, usually fish, and try to classify it so that they would report what they found the diet was of the Romans in Roman England. And she did that for about 6 months. And she could ride, and she was we'll have a picture of it later. She was a show rider when she was like 20, and also did jousting, where not with the sword, but you ride at each other and try to grab the feather off the top of the horse's head that was attached. You race at each other, and she did. She was really, and she did the. I forget the name of it, where you do the jumps, the English riding, and she did all of that. And and one time, of course, my dad not into horses either. Yeah, so anyway, Larry Edwards, who was just one of the great old-time attorneys in Stockton, being Nat Brown Jr.'s father-in-law, okay? So she knows who Nat Brown Jr. is. So anyway, Larry's a friend of my dad, and he does very well, and he's got horses and a ranch out in Linden and that area. So he's going to give my mother a retired racehorse. So we go out there, and my mother gets on the horse, and the groom, wrongly, she thought the groom was afraid they was going to buck my mother. My mother didn't care about my mother to handle a horse. So he reached for the bridle, and the horse fell over backwards on my mother. So my mother's hurt pretty bad. My dad, we're out of here, no horse, no, nothing like that.
Injured badly?
She was hurt for about 2 weeks, but she didn't, nothing broken, luckily. I mean, because the horse fell on half on top of her, So that was, I got to do a lot of fun things. We had a wonderful county fair here, and my uncle's partner in the gambling always had the best box and always gave me tickets, and me and my buddies, he didn't go out there half the time. We'd go out there and take our squirt guns, ride on a Ferris wheel, and shoot at people. So.
Now, I know Grandma obviously never remarried. Did she ever date or have a significant
Dogs.
other?
Bow wows.
I mean, bad guys.
Bow wows.
Because you said so, or because?
My opinion should be primary. Anyway, yes, she did a few, and to my mind, they were jerks, okay? They were nothing like my father, Nothing, and I just didn't like it. One time she was going to marry a young guy who was who did what's your job. He was running he was a ski operator on that. And he was, I guess, okay, but I didn't think it was, he was maybe 27 or 28, and my mom was 42 or 43. And John was her name. And I, anyway, she didn't. I was very upset about that.
You were against that.
Yeah, so I'd have still been in like junior high school or grade school at that time. Yeah. And he'd been a roomer at the house, after the war. Mostly these guys were vets. I remember one of them was a couple of them were really nice, take me around. Jack Streblow, who had been in the Air Force, and he'd play games with me, and another guy named Ralph Wadsworth, who was a chief violinist at UOP, and he, take me to the swimming pool or whatever. So it was nice. But that, and then the other, I don't remember that much about the other guys, but they were nothing, And
Well, and she was always so independent. She was always so independent.
yeah, she was. But I tell you, I never ever did she argue with my father, ever, or I didn't see it if she did. And if he said something, said the wall was green, it was green, because it probably was. I mean, she respected him, so much. And they both liked Shakespeare, and they would go to Shakespeare plays, and like Tom Keeling, they would read the parts to each other occasionally, I did see that. Our big acquisition when I'm young, maybe 11 years old, was a phonograph. We never had a phonograph. And they had, I guess, Rachmaninoff and stuff like that. There wasn't much popular music, at least that we had. And then the cabin that we bought at Tahoe, the people left the furniture behind. The $1,700 cabin came furnished 2 stories, including the bedding, the silverware, everything. And it had a wind-up phonograph, like the old Edison phonographs, but it was broken. I never could get it to work on that. So those were different years. And I do imagine, my dad growing up in Boston, I'm sure the streets were mostly dirt, and people were still getting around by horses. I always had different experience. My dad was friends of all the owners of the casinos. So there's a famous baseball player, Ty Cobb. I don't know if you've ever heard of him, but he's in the league with Babe Ruth or any of the other greats, okay? Joe DiMaggio, but earlier on. And so he came up the lake, and they built a new casino called the Tahoe Village at the foot of Kingsbury Grade. And so my dad's there. We're there on a Sunday morning. My dad's out at the crap table, and Ty Cobb is there. And my dad sees a guy who's either part owner or the #1 manager of the Bank Club in Reno. The Bank Club in Reno in the 1940s was the biggest casino in the world. Vegas was nothing till Begsy Siegel came there in 47, and they built the Flamingo. That wasn't even built when my dad was alive. So the biggest casino, and people come from all over the world to get married, divorced. They had the quickie divorce in Reno and a 6-week waiting period. Now there's none, but that was the law then, 1 year in California. So the guy that my dad knows who runs the Bank Club is sitting there dealing the crap game, and my dad, that's not right, What's he doing here? I mean, okay. And so my dad waits for the shift break, and he watches, and my dad's friend throws we'll call it check-a-luck. Okay, if you're going to cheat and put in bad dice in a dice game, okay, you pick them up left to right, and the bad dice are hidden in your little fingers, and you pick up the real dice and you throw them out that way. Well, they get caught if they throw out 3 dice. Today, they're not allowed to touch the dice, but I'm going back in an era where everything goes. So they wait till Ty Cobb gets the dice, and he throws him a chuck-a-luck. This guy could juggle 60 dice, no way, except on purpose. And Ty Cobb, who was a hothead, raised his cane about cheat, got the place labeled as a cheat place, and they went broke. And that was the purpose of the bank club, which he really did own, along with Graham and McKay, of putting Tahoe out of business. That was the competition at that time. So I got to see that. And my dad, he threw a chuck-a-luck. So, on that. Okay, and then about 35 years ago, more or less,
Oh. That's about right.
Sandy and I got married and been here all that time on that. And get to go skiing, and she can do all the things that I can't do now. I wish I could ski and now. But I got my back done, so maybe I'll play golf. I'll find out on the 19th. My mom and my dad and the culture in the home was always for education, particularly my mother. They both read a lot and both extremely knowledgeable, and I always believed that whatever I learned at home was far superior to what I could learn in a class. And not that I didn't have some very good teachers, as we talked about on it, but so in turn, I valued interesting education, and I was probably a little bit of the same of Ryland's traits. If I thought it was stupid, I didn't want to do it, okay? And if I thought it was interesting, if I liked Latin, I got A's in Latin. I got C's and D's in gym, and they'd try to make me run around the track, and I got half asthmatic, and I can't run anyway, and I'd come in 2.5 minutes for 4:40, you know, and so, but a lot that I did really like, and I think it's important, and this I value so great. I mean, I think that I've worked since I've been a lawyer, 1961, not work at all. I've loved doing it. I've loved almost every minute of it. Sure, you have a few bad, hard things you have to do, but just to participate in it, and particularly at that time, the courts have become very bureaucratic now. A lot of discovery that we didn't have to do. The first major cases I tried, which in today's dollars would be millions, no depositions. Let's tee it up and play. That's what I like to do. We don't, now it's interrogatories and that. But overall, I just loved being a lawyer and loved what I got to do. A lot of luck that I got to go with Chargan and Briscoe and get 3 years of straight trial work. You couldn't get that anywhere else in the world. You can't get it today. Public Defender's Office, you got to wait 3 years before you can try a case under the new constitutional law, you know, because you're not an adequate defense, all that baloney, okay? In fact, I went to the Supreme Court on the Delta Dynamics case, which changed the parole evidence rule in California for the worse. And at that same time, they were arguing the first constitutional competency case, 1970s, where not only you're entitled to a lawyer, but a competent lawyer. And the problem is, what is a competent lawyer? Does it mean you're 40 years old? Does it mean you're 30 years old? There's no such measurement. But now you see a lot of appeals because, for example, I've chosen in 2 cases not to plead insanity. Well, if I left it out today, I'd have to make a record why I didn't. Otherwise, it'd be incompetent counsel. Briefly on that, I tried a murder case I got to tell about that occurred out a little bit in Thornton, near Lodi. And my defense was the guy needed killing. And so what happened is my client, a nice young veteran boy, farmer boy, very quiet, almost autistic, gets out of the service, working on the farm for his father, and comes and sees a girl he went to high school with. Can I buy you a Coke? She says, fine. They're about 20, 21 years old. They go into the bar in Thornton, maybe they were 21, buys her a Coke, and his bully's in there. He says, "You can't be with that girl. That girl used to be engaged to my friend. Get the damn out of here," and start beating him with a pool cue. Okay, my client, who's about 6'1", hides under the pool table, and he and his buddies are beating him with a pool cue over and over. They beat the hell out of him. So this is at noon. My client goes home, gets his father's shotgun, saws the barrel off, drives to Stockton, buys ammunition, comes back to the farm, takes the ammunition, makes sure the gun is right, practices with the gun, and goes and sits out in front of the bar and waits till midnight, some 12 hours later. And when the guy comes out, he blows him away. So the guy deserved to be killed, was my defense. The law doesn't recognize that defense, unfortunately. So I had to technically put in a what we call lesser included offense instruction for manslaughter. So when I get to cross-examining, I keep making the point. The prosecution, I think, not very brightly, wanted to put in a picture of the corpse. I can exclude it. The judge says, "Max, come to the bench. Don't you know that you can object to that?" I said, "I have no objection, Your Honor. I want the prosecution to be able to put on any case they want." This guy's tattooed to the hilt, proving just what I want to prove. Okay, so then he puts the mother on the stand to testify he was a good boy. I had a rap sheet that I'd gotten on him, which I wasn't supposed to have. Would you still say he's a good boy if he did this and this and this? And the one that I liked the best, he liked to pour gasoline on cats and light them on fire and swing them by the tail and see what they do in the park. Do you still say that he's a nice boy? Okay. So I did that, and my client got manslaughter in 2 months. The district attorney argued for murder 1, saying it was premeditated murder. I didn't think it was. So that was the guy needed killing defense. And I did a couple other murder cases I don't think we got enough time to tell about. But, you know, just to the kids, you got to do something you love. That is the main thing of anything. And if you love it, it's not going to be work. Otherwise, it's just going to be grueling, and you put in the time. I did all the bad jobs. I didn't like any of them, everything from the railroad to the can company to the wrecking yard. I met some nice people, had some fun, but I sure wouldn't want to do it. And so I've been so fortunate to get the clients, and Bosco referring cases to me. Oh, and Jack Miller would send me cases to try in San Francisco that he didn't want to try. They were smaller cases, and one of them is he was giving the wedding party for Ingrid Bergman's daughter. So anyway, I would say that, and the other is honesty. You just have to be honest in all your dealings, you know, with people, and have them know that you're fair, you know, in your dealings. It's hard. Everybody's got to live their own life in their own way, and I've been fortunate. I have 3 wonderful daughters. Mindy passed away, and Elizabeth, and Alicia, and Sandy. And this is a picture of Sandy and I skiing with Fritz at Snowmass, Colorado. A fabulous place, and had a lot of fun there. But don't have pictures of what was Sandy and my first big date, where we went to Deer Valley, a fabulous ski resort in just out of Salt Lake City. And I was so impressed with her. She hadn't skied in a long time, but of course when I invited her, yeah, I can ski, and we're skiing and she's falling down, getting up, dusting off, keep skiing. Well, I decided as a gentleman, I should say, why don't we get a cup of coffee or something so she could rest. And what I loved was she said, "No, I'm skiing till the lift closes." So I was very impressed by that. Also, she's a great athlete in every area. And on that same trip, after we'd skied,
she'd brought some cards along and asked me if I knew how to play cards. And I told her very little. I'd played some, but not a lot. She wanted to know whether I'd played gin rummy. I said, if you could remind me of the rules, I think I can play. And so we played, and I did keep winning. Finally, she said, I'm not going to dinner till I win. Well, I was getting hungry, so she won. And I never told her that I really had played. I kind of majored in gin rummy at the University of California. So after that, we went down a couple of weeks later to spend time with the great and wonderful Harry Oranges. They'd write about him in Reader's Digest, the most fabulous person I ever met. Anyway, she's telling the story to Harry about beginner's luck, and he got a great kick out of that. Anyway, we did a lot of things together and still do, and I just wanted to talk about that. We'll have other pictures of skiing later. Mike was born in August of 1972. Hard to believe he's 48. I still think of him as very young, which he is. Mike went to UC Davis, graduated with a degree in environmental science, has his own contracting firm, and also does mold extermination and elimination, owns Rouser Construction Company, handsome, very athletic. We had a great trip to Jackson Hole, and he helped me sneak the dog, our dog Baron, on the airplane, and sneaked him into the hotel at Jackson Hole, and the dog stay in the hotel, and we'd ski, and Mike just blew that mountain away. Had a great time, and he's now married to Tara, and Tara has two very nice daughters. We call them L and M, and so look forward to spending time with him, and he's a great kid. Like his mother, Mike is very handsome, and we're certainly very proud of him and what he's done.
Had two marriages that didn't work out, probably my fault, but it is what it is. I can't relive things, and I think it's important. I always revered all of my grandparents and parents and how they got here and what they did, and I think now I bet my grandmother walked 300 miles with people escaping the Tsar to the Black Sea. Odessa is where that she would have gone to, and Odessa out of the Black Sea through the Dardanelles by Turkey and into London. And to wind up, she said she wound up in Boston, didn't know the language, didn't know where to go, didn't have any money, what to do, and this nice man was nice to her. Must have been my grandfather. And he was 38 or 39, and she was like 20. And he died, and he also had worked in the mills, and he died out of his death certificate of phthisis. You never heard that word, okay? But it's the plugging up of the lungs from the wool. So, I mean, what a hard life. What a hard life. And somehow he had this brother who apparently did extremely well, the one that was the father of Gordon Bunshoft. So then all the spellings, they're all the same. B-U-N-S-H-O-F-T. My dad was C-H-O-F-T. I asked my Uncle Harry, what does the Harry B mean? B means nothing, like Harry Truman, Harry S. Truman. They were sworn to deny Bunshoft, and only my mother knew that we were really Bunshofts on it. So, anything else? Okay, and most important, blessed with 8 wonderful grandchildren. First, I have to say that he's not here today, but Elizabeth married Michael, who's been a wonderful son-in-law, and Alicia married Tedder,
who's a wonderful son-in-law. Michael's a lawyer and has taken over the practice and doing a wonderful job and has opened up in Sacramento. Tedder is a graphic artist and a world-class swimmer who won his age group over 50 in the 100, right? I think in the 100 won the seniors nationwide. Still in great condition, and he in turn, has taught his kids that. But Elizabeth then had triplets, okay? And because triplets is a real medical specialty, we went to Arizona to have them delivered. And this particular doctor, I don't remember his name, but I sure remember flying over there. And they had one nurse per baby 24/7 with complete 100% coverage. And every child has done well. The triplets have all had a great education, and they went to Stanford and to MIT, Jack going to MIT, and Sarah going to Stanford, and Jenny going to Claremont, okay? And at this point in time, Jack is working on Wall Street in a private investment firm where he plays on a Bloomberg computer and makes money all day for the company he works for. His greatest requirement, they'll let him go to work in shorts and sandals. And he's very, very, very good at math. Again, he did number one in high school and a math major at MIT. Sarah in science is working on DNA and RNA in the forefront and on a doctoral program at MIT. Sarah is currently in a PhD program at Massachusetts Institute of Technology, where she studies both at MIT and Harvard. Her major and her study in her PhD program is in computer science with a focus on computational biology, protein structure, and virus evolution. I enjoy talking to her, way above my level, but we discuss RNA and DNA and her recent article that she wrote concerning liver transplants and did the mathematical formula for enhancing the availability of liver transplants. Very difficult since they have to be done very timely. Sarah's a great domino player, a good cook, and just a lot of fun to be with. Love her. Jenny is with her very wonderful boyfriend Alex in Hawaii, and in Hawaii she has a job in Washington for a firm that they let her do it on computer lying on the beach in Hawaii, which is great, okay? This is Jenny in the middle, and her dad on her right, and mother on her left, and her great boyfriend Alex Rose in the foreground, coming out of Emerald Bay at Lake Tahoe last summer. Jenny was a great cheerleader in high school, went to Claremont, majored in philosophy and political science, has always had great jobs, is a great go-getter, and she and Alex are moving to Boulder, Colorado, where Alex will get his master's in psychology. And Jenny, the great go-getter, will probably run the world from there. Just love her, and again, we play dominoes and have fun and always enjoy seeing her. She's taken up golf, and she's really good, and I got to play golf last weekend with her and Alex. Then my middle daughter, passed away a few years ago. Mindy, shown here on Lake Tahoe, born in 1970. Joanne and I, our first daughter, and passed away from breast cancer in 2013. Mindy went to St. Mary's High, St. Mary's College, a good student, and a particularly great sense of humor. You'll see other pictures where she's clowning around. She married John Burkett. John's a computer expert for the sheriff. Mindy was always very close with my mother, Evelyn, and was very good to her, and just so sadly for the children and for her, passed away. Her two sons, Benny first, born, is now 22, and Aiden, who's now a freshman in high school. You'll see their pictures. Benny has been working and plans to pursue a military career in the Army. Aiden, of course, is young and freshman and still deciding, as everybody is, what to do. Great to be with, and Mindy's sense of humor will live forever.
And then Alicia has 3 wonderful children. Rylan, who's a star swimmer like his dad, and is going to get a swimming scholarship in Colorado at Grand Junction at Mesa Colorado School.
That's Rylan on the right. Poor old Rylan. All he's got going for him is looks, brains, charm, nothing else. Everybody loves him, and again, he's a great swimmer and a great friend and a great grandson. Love him.
Okay, and then Olivia, who's in high school, very artistic, very sharp, very pretty, and we have wonderful pictures of her that you will see. And then there's little Max, and so he's be the third Max, my grandfather Max. I'm Max, and grandson Max, and he's very, very smart and overall athletic, can play any game well, and is super social and lots of fun.
As you can see, Max is, like all of them, a wonderful athlete, but also a very funny guy. Great sense of humor, very social, gets along with everybody. He just turned 12, and the girls love him.
So this is for them, and for my daughters, and for whoever may come after.
Well, we've come, I guess, to the end of this long, long tale, and most important of all, I have the best daughters that anybody could ever have hoped for. Elizabeth and Alicia, I love you to death. You've been so kind to me, so good to your family, your mothers, your children. Nobody could ever hope for better daughters. Truly blessed. I want to speak a little bit about just slightly cover your careers. Elizabeth, went to Lincoln High, and then went to Stanford as an excellent student, and after that went and got a teaching credential at Notre Dame, and taught at the highest level at Lincoln High, high-end math, beyond what I took, trigonometry, calculus, things that are beyond my education. Very, very bright, very kind, as I've said. We've had a lot of fun, and the picture that I love the most precedes this. It shows pictures of Elizabeth and I skiing, and we had great fun doing that. Skied France, Mont Blanc, skied Switzerland, Val d'Isère, skied all over Sun Valley, and enjoyed all of that. And additionally, you'll see the pictures. She married my great friend and her husband, Mike Garev, who helps me in every way he can now. She's level-headed, she's dedicated, she's smart. She also is a very technical area of the law in which she wrote a lead article concerning the defense of guarantees. There are guarantors on bank loans, and there are special defenses, some of which are not applicable today. But when she wrote the article, which you'll see on the screen, it was state of the art. I'm so proud of her and her children. The triplets are wonderful, and I know Joan would join me in saying everything good I have to say about Elizabeth. Then she's born in 1960, and then Alicia is born in 1973. And again, my favorite pictures of us skiing, which you'll see on the screen. Alicia went to St. Mary's High School, went to University of the Pacific, and then on to Santa Clara Law School. Both she and Elizabeth are fine lawyers and still have a great understanding of the law, and I certainly appreciated that they became lawyers. Alicia had a fantastic athletic career in high school. Sandy and I went to every game. You'll see the innumerable pictures. She was a ball hawk. If there was a rebound, Alicia would get it. One of maybe, to me, a good memory, maybe not to other people, but she was fighting a very tough game at Edison High and jostling with the forward that was guarding her. And the forward finally took a swing at Alicia, and Alicia ducked it and knocked her into the cheap seats. So you could all, the grandchildren could know that she was plenty strong and a great athlete. She's been a great mother to the kids, great husband, Tedder, and again, I'm just so blessed, and they've been so kind to me. It's just, I love them to death. Always loved dogs, and my first dog, Telmer, we told about, and then Shadow, who could find my classes, and I took him to college, and he would go at Cal. He lived in the fraternity house with me and go to classes, and then after Telmer, we had Dax, and we had a St. Bernard, Augie Doggy, and Augie Doggy would chase Elizabeth to school, and I'd get called from the law office, come and get the dog, but he was a sweet dog. And then we had Dax, who was a Labrador, again, very, very smart. And then after that, Sandy and I have had two wonderful Rottweilers. Baron 1 is the only dog that would dive. He would dive to the bottom of a pool to get his toys, where most dogs will not let their ears get that wet. Baron absolutely loved the water, loved to swim, loved to play in the pool, loved to dive and dance in the pool. And on the boat, he was so smart, he would tap me on the shoulder to get me to crank the boat hard right so that the spray would come up along the side of the speedboat so he could bite the spray. And he would tell me when he wanted to do that, and we did it over and over and over. Wonderful dog. And then when we had Louie, whose picture you'll see on the wall, and where's Shadow? He's here now. Shadow. Here's Shadow. Here, come here, Shadow. Come on. Oh yeah, come here. Okay. Oh, come on. Oh, can you come up here? Okay, Shadow. Can we see Shadow? Oh. All right. Okay, Shadow. Shadow lives the life of Riley.